fraudsters and scammers aren't just a threat.
Come on in.
Chances are you're already being targeted. It starts small.
Now, as you'll no doubt.
Come on in. I want to pick up where we left off, because I don't want to miss something. But y'all come on in. I'm going to wait for y'all to come on in. But I really could go. Let me go over here to some of this stuff that's coming out. I love this, Lou. Oh, I love Lou.
I want to move on to another question.
Answer your question about protecting.
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files. Like former Prince. Here's a video. Like former Prince Andrew.
I knew that it was.
So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting.
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files. Like former Prince. Here's a video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect.
Oh, he got her. Oh, he got her.
From all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
Let me claim my time.
be
I got
released.
your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please
that
stop.
those
Please stop.
signed.
I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath. There is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard
That
Donald
was
Trump
so
said
overwhelming
to Jeffrey on his cell
yesterday.
phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting.
You
Nope.
answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files. Like former Prince. Here's a video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect
to be able to share this.
from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is
When I
no
was very
evidence
young-
that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
Let me claim my time.
be
I got
released.
your answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman,
that
please
those
stop. Please
files
stop.
be signed.
I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a
I
crime.
believe you just lied under oath. There is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, there.
And we listened yesterday to him talk. It was just so overwhelming. This is the guy who Representative Lou was speaking of that was so angry he wanted to hurt Donald Trump.
I said, you mind to ask, what is it you do? He goes, I make a lot of money. I said, oh, huh? I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to upset you or offend you. I said, oh, just be quiet. It's real estate. I do real estate. There were some other very short exchanges. Not going to get into all that right now.
That's what when he told him who he was.
Phone's ringing. Big kind of brick-sized cell phones back then in 1995. Except his phone. Hey, Jeff, what's up? Jeffrey, shut the F up. You, right, I raped her. Up that backside. Then till she bled, made her like it. What's this little GD effing C word name anyway? And he says her name. I'm like, that's my daughter by choice's name. Then he asks where she's from. He goes, Kiefer? What the Kiefer? Oh, Oklahoma. Figures. Only C word. In Oklahoma. Now I know for a fact he's talking about one of the three little girls that became my daughters by choice one night. When I was consoling these three young girls after their babysitter had slashed her wrists right
She
in front of
lived.
these
She lived.
three little girls. The youngest being only about 6 months old. Oh, we'll just have her taken care of. I don't know. There's lots of people who do that kind of stuff. We'll just pay somebody and they'll have her taken care of. Heck, I bet my driver here probably take. What's your name, driver? Dan. I'm pretty pissed by now. I'm trying to control myself. You take care of things, Dan? I didn't respond to that. Just kept driving. And I started slowing the car down, pulling it over on the side of Highway 114, on the north side of Las Colinas, Texas, there. Pulled it over on the shoulder, in the middle of the highway, next to the retaining wall that goes down the middle of the highway. And when I did, as I was slowing down, I reached over and opened my briefcase, where my gun was. And I'd already come to the resolve. Oh, as I was slowing down, he goes, what's going on? I didn't say anything. And he starts waving a gold-plated Colt 1911, model 1911, 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol around. Says, that's okay, I'm armed. And I stopped that car. First I said, That gun won't do you any good with me. If you don't believe me, point it at me and pull the damn trigger. What? You want me to shoot you? I want you to try. Because I want you to know who I am. I was scared shitless about what I was about to do to him. I'd already gone through the resolve that if you kill this man, the state of Texas will almost assuredly give you the death sentence. But here's a man that's sitting directly behind me, 2 feet, 3 feet behind me, bragging about brutally raping a girl who at the time would have been 14, who I love more than life itself. Serious. I mean, I consider her to be my own daughter, mine. And her 2 little sisters. They were in absolute hysterics, in shock, after witnessing that girl the babysitter slash her wrists right in front of them. They crawled up in my lap. I've got these 3 little girls in my lap. Just, if you've ever seen a child who is in shock, trauma, from being traumatized, you know what I'm talking about. It's a horrific experience witnessing a child like that. The only thing I knew to do was, girls, calm down, please calm down. You need to help me pray for the girl that had slashed her wrist. I said her name. Oh, by the way, the girl that slashed her wrist is fine, recovered fine, and is living a very good life now. But I said, you need to help me pray for her. Just follow along with me, okay? Take a deep breath. Come on, quit crying. All 3 of you. And one by one, they kind of sucked it up and quit crying. I said, now help me pray. Just follow along with me. You don't need to say anything. Just in your head, follow along with me. And I started praying the Lord's Prayer. I had no idea what to pray for, you know. But I kind of fashioned the words for the situation with the girl that had cut her wrist. And when I finished, I opened my eyes, and all 3 of those little girls were sound asleep, laying against my chest. And I looked up, and I went, silently, I said, wow, Lord, I guess I have 3 daughters, don't I? And it was almost like an audible voice. It wasn't, of course. I don't hear voices unless somebody is physically actually talking to me or making noise, you know. Never have. That voice, that thought, you sure do. So anyway, when I got that car stopped, I reached up I grabbed the gear shift to put it in park and grabbed my gun, which had some really heavy custom loads in it that are designed to blow big holes in people and knock them off their feet. I carried it for security. That was it. was legal for me to carry it. Because in the state of Texas at that time, even back then, if you crossed county lines, I think it was more than twice in a 24-hour period, like if you were a truck driver or something, you could legally carry a loaded firearm in your vehicle. So I wasn't breaking any laws by doing it. And I'm a damn good shot. When I reached up and grabbed that gear shift to grab that gun and exterminate that man that was sitting 2 feet behind me, that same voice, that same thinking came over me. You can't put your wife through this. It's like, I even thought about it for a second or two after that. I dropped that car back in drive. I'd slipped it up in neutral while I was slowing down. Punched it and got back on the highway. That guy behind me, what's going on? He starts waving that freaking gold-plated Colt around again. So I brake checked him. I was already up to about 65. Now I hit the brakes just as hard as I could. Put him in the floorboard. He said, okay, you got me. This is the most important part of this whole testimony. What I'm getting ready to tell you right now, people. This is absolutely the most important part, of this entire almost 45-minute talk. He goes, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. And I looked up in the rearview mirror. And I watched his right eyeball, the pupil in his right eyeball, shift from a human pupil, round pupil, to the pupil of a reptile, a slit, for 1 or 2 seconds, and then change back. And I looked a little more, and he had, and I watched his right eyeball, the pupil in his right eyeball, shift from a human pupil, round pupil, to the pupil of a reptile, a slit, for 1 or 2 seconds, and then, look at me! And I looked up in the rearview mirror. And I watched his right eyeball, the pupil in his right eyeball, shift from a human pupil, round pupil, to the pupil of a reptile, a slit, for 1 or 2 seconds, and then change back. And I looked a little more, and he had this grotesque, like a jackal, smile on his face. And I laughed. Oh, that pissed him off. I said, that's pretty good, man. Can you do that again? I thought his head was going to freaking pop off. Smile on his face. And I laughed. Oh, that pissed him off. Shift from a human pupil, round pupil, to the pupil of a reptile, a slit for 1 or 2 seconds, and then change back. And I looked a little more, and he had this grotesque, like a jackal, smile on his face. And I laughed. Oh, that pissed him off. I said, that's pretty good, man. Can you do that again? I thought his head was going to freaking pop off. But I'm pulling into DFW Airport now, on the north side of DFW Airport. The private plane tarmac was at the northwest corner, the very northwest corner of DFW Airport back then. I don't know where it is now. And I could see his plane sitting over there. Great big jumbo jet with the name Trump on the side of it. That's who Donald John Trump really is.
So when we were listening to Bundy and Representative Lou, and he chimed in and kind of fussed at Bundy. For the ones who wasn't here, I'm talking about this right here.
We want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one who asked that those files.
Let me claim my time.
be
I got
released.
your answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman,
that
please
those
stop.
files
My
be
time.
signed.
I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a
I
crime.
believe you just lied under oath. There is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. There are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes. So I want to move on to another man.
That's who he was talking about, everybody.
You answered the question.
You're saying
He was
no.
talking about Dan. The one we just saw. What is that? You know what I'm beginning to think? I think those baby raising farms are breeding and wanting people's sperm and all of that. I think they was down there trying to created aliens. I think that's what they was in there doing. Cause this is about the second time I done seen a look alien something looking human. Well, not human, but you know, in some forms. And this is the second. Spirits in my head and they won't go. That who else did I just see that was entertaining? Siamese twins. I'm sure I have it. So I think that was a thing with them too. It was a bunch of freaky, abnormal type stuff going on. This is the second one tonight that I have seen. The other one was two girls. And I think Bill Clinton, there's pictures of Bill Clinton with them. And this picture is of with Epstein with them when they were boys. I think they're down there procreating. And didn't he say that was a fetish of his? Didn't that come out? I think that's what he was into that as well. Thank you. Keep it moving for the bronze medal. Yeah, I think, yep. I got another one over here. I think it was with Bill Clinton with two girls. But they were playing with, I don't want to listen to the music. I think that spells in the music. I need the words. I think they were playing with stuff, and even down at the Antarctic, I got one with that one as well. I think somebody. I hope I sent it to myself. And yes, they are pulling out those old pictures of Bondi with Trump. This is about the second one. And so she was one. She was bloomed. Bondi at 14. She is now Trump's head of the Department of Justice. She is an Epstein party baby. How deep does it go? I've told you, I felt like, well, you know, I got that old picture. Is this when they were hunting black people? Yes. Going to... Hold on. He went through a phase where he was hunting black people. It's in the Epstein files. Going to party now to hunt. And down there where it's black, it says they are the N-word. He went hunting black folks. So it said, what is October 24th, 2016, the thrilling hunt. Going to mean Lana's party now to hunt. Guess what? They're NIGGERS. Snipe hunt is over. moon crickets and field bags. Now that was on Saturday, January 1st. Guess what? They're the N-word. Epstein files reveals he hunted African Americans at night at their island for fun. Thrill hunt. That was to Ariana Rothschild. Hi, Starlight. Did I hear about jerky? I did, but what is it about? I don't remember now. What's the jerky? When they was eating the skin? When they was eating them? And he called it jerky? Is that what you're talking about? Is that the jerky you talking about? Says Trump received full briefing on alien life as White House moved to publish classified UFO evidence. Said the man who showed the limousine driver a slithering eye to try to scare him. Cannibal restaurant. Oh yeah, I've been reluctant. I don't know if I need to show y'all when they do those luau's. I don't know if they're gonna let me show that monster that they wrestling with. Whole world laughing at him. Yeah, I saw it. And what's the other what's the celebrity chef? Ramsay. I got one up here with him and Chef Ramsay. Yeah, I saw something about a little girl, like 6 or 7, had a baby. I don't think that's possible. She still has to have, a site. You can't do that. I don't think you can do that. A 6 or 7-year-old. I don't think that's possible. And look at this guy down here. He got his hand down there. And they got kids there eating too. They got kids down there eating that mess. The rabbit is a wormhole. Shh. It's more than a wormhole. Let me see what this one is before I go over there to my other conspiracy. Oh yeah, no, I wanted that. Or they was pulling that meat apart. Like it was a slab of ribs that was tender. Oh, there it go. And I'm scared because, so this is part 35. Oh, okay. So now I know where I put it. See them ribs? That's somebody missing person. Yep. It looked like they put that person on the grill and served him. Him or her. I don't. Let me get on back over there. It's a lot going on, y'all. Dang it. A lot going on. Let me get back over here. Child, for it's just way too much. Oh, did I lose that other? Oh, I dropped it. God, dog. Hold on. I accidentally deleted it. Yeah, pretty gross. I just, it bothers me because, you know, a lot of missing people, kids, and, you know, you never know if they are a part of their little fun, you know. Yeah, he was spotted again. I showed y'all this yesterday. He was spotted again. So what do y'all think? Epstein almost captured Bitcoin. Y'all do know it's in the Epstein files that Epstein created the Bitcoin. They've been plotting. This is a dangerous person. That is a dangerous person to eat humans. Well, heck, if everybody who done ate McDonald's and Burger King, that's who they contract to. Did you know that? I mean, I know I've been showing it to you. Hold on. Let me get to where I'm trying to. Let me get to Nancy and this Bitcoins that I'm really thinking. Really? They got a pure vault. Oh my God. I want y'all to hear something. I want to see this, and then I'm going to let you hear something that's in my ear.
It's very confusing. we talked about the different scenarios. If somebody had a political reason to do this, whatever their grievance was, they would have wanted to air that grievance. And they had an opportunity.
No, they did air their grievance.
But we never heard any comments about that. If it was just a KFR, which is a kidnap for ransom, they would have quickly opened up negotiations and tried to get the money as quick as they can, and at least say they were going to return her. That didn't happen. So that kind of leads us to some of the things we heard your previous panel say, which maybe something just awful happened during the abduction or during the entry into the home.
Do you think, I mean, it's also possible that the person knew this was Savannah Guthrie's mom. I mean, that it could be related to her employment, I guess.
Well, yeah, as an investigator, everybody's going to have a hunch. And if you go sit in the command post, there's going to be a bunch of agents, deputies, and police officers that have hunches as well. I don't think they picked Savannah Guthrie's mother's home by accident. And when you look at the whole neighborhood there, I've looked at the maps, I've looked at the other homes, and just to have picked that one out at 2 in the morning, and it just happened to be Nancy Guthrie's house, I'd be shocked if when they do resolve this, they find out that that was just an odd thing that happened.
Begin tonight with more new developments that investigators hope will bring them closer to finding Nancy Guthrie and catching whoever took her, or jog someone's memory enough to recognize the man in this doorbell video from the night she was taken. Now, late today, the FBI revealed what their analysis of the footage tells them about him. The man is approximately 5'9" or 5'10", they say, average build. They have also identified the backpack he's wearing, a black 25-liter size Ozark Trail hiker pack. No identification yet, though, of the gun in the holster at his waist. However, just moments ago, we learned the significance of the white tent, which went up briefly outside Ms. Guthrie's front door earlier today. A law enforcement source telling CNN it was to simulate nighttime conditions to help FBI specialists identify the backpack and the clothing the man in the video was wearing. Now, the FBI adds that they've now received more than 13,000 tips since the search began on the 1st of this month. And in a sign they want more, they doubled the reward today for information leading to her recovery to $100,000. Investigators are also asking Ms. Guthrie's neighbors to check video from their own surveillance cameras from 2 specific days in January, the 11th and the 31st. They also want anyone living within a 2-mile radius of the Guthrie home to check their own surveillance footage dating back to January 1st, long before Ms. Guthrie vanished. She was last seen on the 31st. CNN's Ed Levender joins us right now for the latest from outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Ed?
Anderson, it took investigators more than 10 days to resurrect the video on the front door camera that showed these images of the suspect showing up at the door armed and with a backpack and a ski mask. And now we've learned that investigators are casting a wider net again, trying to find even more video from this area. To reach Nancy Guthrie's home in this neighborhood, the suspect had to take a series of winding...
That volume is too low for me.
It's not super easy. The culprit would have to study or be familiar with the area to
Hold on, that volume too low.
To get to her home, especially in the pitch dark. We've learned that investigators are expanding their call for video evidence in hopes of finding any suspicious vehicles or people that were in the area that night. One of the alerts is asking residents who live along this specific road, which we're not going to name for the safety of the...
Note that came in today. Joining me now for more on that new note that came in today is Charles Laudabaudiere, co-executive producer of TV.
To Arizona now, where FBI agents are fanning out across Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, searching the foothills for clues in her disappearance. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the 84-year-old is believed to have been taken from her home. Now, authorities this morning set up a white tent on Nancy Guthrie's front porch, where surveillance video recovered from the doorbell camera captured a person in a mask the night Nancy was taken. Now, sources tell CBS News a pair of black gloves found near Nancy Guthrie's home do resemble the pair worn by the individual in that video. Now, those gloves are now being tested for DNA. Now, the FBI is still trying to find out who sent an unverified ransom message to local news stations demanding Bitcoin. TMZ says it received a new ransom note demanding Bitcoin from a person claiming to have information that could lead to the kidnapper. I want to bring in Alex Stamos, the Chief Product Officer at Corridor and former Chief Security Officer at Facebook. Alex, great to be with you.
Thank you.
Now, the apparent ransom notes for Nancy Guthrie are going through TMZ, and we've seen in previous ransom notes local Arizona news stations. What's the benefit of using those tip lines to send ransom note messages?
So there's probably not going to be a lot of benefit. I expect what's happening is the FBI is going to immediately get a search warrant for the email inboxes of those groups. So, any metadata that exists, they'll be getting immediately. So there's not going to be a lot of benefit of using TMZ as a cutout.
Even though they have an email anonymous tip line, that doesn't create some sort of extra layer of anonymity.
No, it doesn't. They're using, it sounds like, anonymity services on the other side. So they're probably using perhaps something like Tor or another anonymity service to try to hide their IP address. If they're doing so, those things are not perfect. And there are a number of ways that you can make mistakes. Now, if if you want to get paid, you have to be able to show a Bitcoin address, right? And so that means that whoever the kidnappers are need to have a Bitcoin wallet that they have control over. So depending on how they set that up, they might have left digital clues that the FBI can use to try to figure out what the identity of them is and what maybe even their physical address.
I want to get to that in a moment because we've been talking about this idea of Bitcoin and how the anonymity that is involved in that. But the news of today was that Pima County Sheriff is expanding the scope of the timing of their surveillance cameras in that area. We do know the benefit, of course, of looking at surveillance footage, but are there other digital levers, so to speak, to
Epstein
pull in that area
Bitcoin.
aside from the surveillance cameras?
Yeah, there's tons of things that these days of evidence that we leave behind in our day-to-day lives. So cell phones, for example. With this kind of search, I expect what they're doing is, first thing, they're going to get geofence warrants, right? So they're going to expand and get warrants that allow them to look for any kind of digital device that was in that area for that period of time. So that's going to include tower dumps. So when you have a cell phone, that phone, even if you're not using it, is constantly talking to your mobile network. That leaves a log in those cell phone records that gives the proximate location. So they're going to go to AT&T, Sprint, Verizon, all of the major cell phone companies and ask, what were the cell phones in this area at this time? They're going to dump that out, and then they're going to cross-reference those records with people who they think might be interesting to them. They're also going to take those geofence warrants for that location, and they're going to go to the major internet providers. So Google, Apple, Meta, other companies like that, and they're going to ask for records of phones and applications that called home with GPS locations in that area. And so those warrants are extremely controversial for good reason, because they capture a lot of innocent people. Thousands of innocent people will have their records listed there. And as a result, the FBI and Pima County Sheriff are going to have to go through those thousands of people and eliminate them before they get a suspect. The other controversial but highly powerful tool is now the automatic license plate readers. So a company that's become very famous recently is a company called Flock. This is a company that puts these license plate readers all over the place. They automatically read every single license plate that goes through. I expect what they have done is read through the database of every car that has passed out of that area in a period of time afterwards, and they're now cross-listing that with anybody who possibly either stolen cars or anybody with some kind of record. And that is one of the things of, obviously they had to have transported Ms. Guthrie out of that location, and that's going to be the kind of information that they're going to be looking at really closely.
Bottom line, if you're driving a car or carrying a cell phone, you can be tracked.
That's right. And then both those things. So most modern cars also have cell phones built in. And that's one of the things I think a lot of criminals forget, is that when you're driving a car, you are leaving those records both on the license plate that's being read, but also the cell phone chip in that car is leaving records at all of the towers that it passes along the journey.
I want to get back to these transactions via Bitcoin, because again, as we saw, these ransom letters are asking for essentially ransom from Bitcoin from the Guthrie family in return for their mother's coming back. we've said that, Bitcoin is attracted to a lot of criminals because there is a level of anonymity. Basically, their identification is a series of numbers and letters. And it's a challenge to track down who that individual is. But you're saying there are ways you can track people down with that.
Right. The Bitcoin transactions themselves are not anonymous. In fact, they're the opposite of anonymous. Every Bitcoin transaction is completely in public. The security of the entire Bitcoin network is based upon the fact that all Bitcoin transactions are transmitted to every participant in the Bitcoin network. So everybody in the world can see everybody who trades Bitcoin with one another. The anonymity comes from the fact that that big sequence of letters and numbers is not necessarily tied to I'm Alex, I'm Elizabeth. The fact that my series of letters and numbers sent money to you is what is public. So if somebody pays the money into that wallet, that can be seen. What the trick is then is figuring out who owns that wallet. It is very hard to actually spend Bitcoin, right? Like there's very few people who accept Bitcoin directly. You have to usually turn it into dollars or rubles or euros. And so it is through the laundering of that money and the turning it into real currency,
right there,
for which that law enforcement has
laundering. Oh my God. Laundering, ways of hiding money. Isn't that what was Epstein used for? In exposing, trafficking, all of that. And for us to find out in the Epstein files that Epstein created Bitcoins. I don't know if it was in partnership with Trump. I don't know. And it's still active. It's just so mind-blowing. Let's keep listening. I hate this for Savannah Guthrie because the night that those Epstein files were released, that interview that she did with Trump a long time ago resurfaced and it went viral. It went viral. And Trump was pissed. And hours later, her mom's door was kicked in and she was kidnapped. And now they want Bitcoins. They want 5 or 6 million in Bitcoins. Well, hold on.
Very good. The other is through the laundering of that money and turning it into real currency, for which that law enforcement has become very good. The other possibility is that these people are running their wallets on a mobile device, or they're using a company like a Coinbase or somebody else who holds the wallet for them, in which case figuring out their physical address is going to be much easier.
And then the FBI could get a warrant from Coinbase or these other agencies that are allowing those transactions and then see the information.
That's right, yes.
FBI, they work for him, right? I know everybody's not thinking like this, but I immediately went there.
Why is everyone using Ninja?
Well, I went there when I heard that the interview went viral, and he wanted to continue to say whatever it is that he say. And then when I heard that they wanted the ransom paid in Bitcoins, I said, oh yeah, he had somebody go get her to hurt her. And well, hold on. I got some in my ear. Because I read that Savannah made a deposit and they are watching the Bitcoin transaction, I guess, to see where it's going. And so then I hear
doing it
this.
Together as a nation, as a people, as Americans. Now listen closely. This opportunity will not last.
This started 11 hours ago.
Once it's gone, it's gone. You have 24 hours or until the Bitcoin is allocated. So don't wait, don't hesitate, don't think too hard. Scan the QR code, join the mission, and claim a double reward. Let's review. It's 100% real. Everything is public, unchained, and verifiable. The wallet is secured by the United States Reserve. You send Bitcoin and we double it, but you
So
must
is he
use the
telling her
official QR
to,
code.
in these
Do not
ransom
trust
notes, to
links.
follow
Do
this? I
not
don't
listen
know.
to scammers.
But this was on,
Only the
it's been
QR
on
code
11
shown here is
hours.
safe. We've built the greatest economy the world has ever seen, and now we're building the greatest crypto revolution in history. You are part of something huge, bigger than any
And now we're
political
finding
movement,
out
bigger than
Epstein
any
built
tech
it.
startup. This is about freedom. This is about control. This is about the future. I want to end by saying this. I love this country. I love its people. I love everything America stands for. Freedom, truth, courage, family, and strength. You are the heart of that. When we say make America great again, we mean it. And this Bitcoin giveaway is part of that greatness. It's not just about money, it's about belief, about legacy, about building something for generations to come. So do it now, scan the QR code, send your Bitcoin, watch it double. Because we're not just making history, we're multiplying it together. Thank you, God bless Bitcoin, and God bless the United States of America. My fellow Americans and friends
Can y'all believe that?
across the world. This is Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States.
Oh, this was
and soon
45th.
The 47th, speaking to you directly. No filters, no fake news, no deep state nonsense. Just me, you, and the truth. What I'm about to announce today is unlike anything that has ever been done in our country's history. For years, we've talked about sound money, about freedom, about putting America first. And now we're going to show it. We are launching the most powerful Bitcoin giveaway in human history. A giveaway directly from the official United.
So I'm said that to say it is ironic. Now they just re-aired this after allegedly she paid the money. Bitcoin's used all over the world, especially in trading. I don't know if it's used all over the world. I don't know that. You can't go buy your groceries with bitcoins. You can't pay your mortgage with bitcoins. You can't buy a car. You can't pay your bills. Where is it used at? Other than trading. Where else can you use it?
Joining me.
As a director of finance, I'm managing 15 and 20 contracts a month. With Acrobat AI Assistant, I
At
can
what
summarize
bank?
long contracts.
What bank can you withdraw it as
Joining me
Bitcoin?
now for more on that new.
What bank accept? Let me Google it. What bank accepts Bitcoins? And I mean, yeah. I don't want to fool with it because I don't want to contribute to a new world order. So, you know, we can fall victim sometimes of something new and exciting, or well, yeah, I don't like, I mean, for whatever reason, and not realizing that there is a more, a bigger evil agenda for it. It's not, oh, okay, so they're gonna do away with paper money and everything is gonna go to Bitcoin. Well, why? Oh, it's new and improved. It's a lot of Bitcoin machines at gas stations. Yeah, so it is preparing, it's in position for a new world order. And I don't want to be a part of a new world order of dictatorship. Mark of the beast. All of that. I don't play with it. And I don't go to the gas station to get money. It's a lot of Bitcoin machines at gas stations. I mean, so who entertains that? So you go to the gas station? Yeah, that ain't about my life. So I don't do that. I don't go to the gas station. I go to the bank. And my question was, what bank accepts Bitcoins? And you take me to the gas station. That ain't a bank. You making me... Bank status. I don't know what SoFi. So they have a bank. They have a bank. A SoFi. Yeah, no. No. Don't no banks accept that. That's something they done made. Yeah. If I can't pay no bills with it, if I can't go buy no groceries with it, if all I can do is go to the gas station, no. Yeah, that's taking you into the new world order, a new dollar system. We like cash. I mean, yeah, yeah. And then by the time folk realize what's going on, no, it's a lot of it. Yeah, okay. Well, have fun with it. Keep it moving. If you want to invest your whole life savings into it, have at it. Not me. Yeah. I hope they nip this little con job before they plan is infiltrated, because it's all a con job. I don't know if you realize that or not. Or maybe you're into it. Maybe you're into that movement. I'm not. I am not at all. So let me move on. And I think that there is an absolute connection with Donald Trump and his embarrassment with Savannah Guthrie. I was talking to somebody and they said they didn't even know that there was a Savannah Guthrie. And
note that came in today.
And Trump. It went viral. Soon as Savannah. Soon as it went, they were dropped. That old interview went viral. In less than 10 hours, her mom was gone.
All right, some pretty big news in the Savannah Guthrie case.
I don't know if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. And President Trump is
I hope they go to some of them camps.
All right, some pretty big news in the Savannah Guthrie case with her mom who's been kidnapped. Savannah Guthrie released this video, which slams Cash Patel's FBI as we head into the second week of her mom.
Why did it take... Cash App took my card away from me, cut me off, suspended me for using it. For using what? That Bitcoin mess? Cause yeah, no. Cause yeah. Yeah. Did you have a lot of money on it? Oh, you was betting. Yeah, but they don't accept Bitcoins, do they? Do Cash App accept Bitcoins? So why would they cut it off for using it? Were you using it at locations that don't accept Bitcoins and it looked like it was fraud?
Being missing, and it's really a plea for everyone to do what they can to find her mother. And here's the video.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare.
Donald
I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
Well, that is coupled with the fact that Savannah Guthrie and her family released this video over the weekend, which was very cryptic.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us.
We got your message and we understand. See, when I heard this, I said, oh, why does it feel like she talking to Donald Trump? I didn't hear it all. I just heard her say that right there. And I was like, oh, this is eerie. This is eerie. We got your message.
This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay to return our mother to us. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
I mean, this is very rare. This is very rare. And the fact that it's happened to someone with such a national profile makes it even more compelling. That to me was really like a scene out of a movie. Now, what
we got
happened
your message,
is there,
and we understand. Yeah. That part right there. We got your message. And now we're begging you.
Our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
Which was very cryptic.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
With your
I mean,
Bitcoin.
this is I mean, this is very rare. This is very rare. And the fact that it's happened to someone with such a national profile makes it even more compelling.
Humiliated Donald Trump
that to me was really
years
like
ago.
a scene out of a movie. Now, what hasn't happened is there's been no leads on this. Now, TMZ is reporting that though Donald Trump said this over the weekend.
President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well.
What?
In that regard, you're probably surprised to hear that. I think
we're doing very well. What? I think we're doing very well. Thank you, Tabitha. And I think I'm sorry, y'all. This done caught me off guard. I think he asked about Savannah. And he said, I think we're doing very well. You will be surprised. Yeah, what does that mean? Lord, let me sit up. Who said something about my investigation? Baby, what?
we're doing very well on that regard. You
promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law.
Though Donald Trump said this over the weekend.
President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You probably.
He's on Get Back, y'all. And if y'all have followed or studied or just watched how he moves, his texture, it's not rocket science. He's a very spiteful, revengeful type of person. And, I don't believe in coincidences like that. The files come out on Friday. It resurfaced and went viral, pissed them off. Arizona got that new ice. Well, I don't know if it's new ice. No, just somebody kicks in the door, brains are out. Send TMZ, Harvey Levin, who is also in the Epstein files, for bribes, type stuff. So Harvey gets the info first, right? It's like, who sends a ransom to TMZ? What type of shit? What? When they started doing that? Oh, he in the Epstein files. Oh yeah, I forgot he really, really cool with Donald. Used to talk to him every day. Yeah, the same one who always had the plug with the Diddy case. Diddy, yeah, the same. Yeah, that one too. They all in the same, devil worshiping shit. But come on back, Auntie Fee, back up. Okay. So the kidnappers send the ransom note to TMZ and I'm sorry, not just TMZ, Harvey, who is good friends with Trump. And the ransom says, we want for embarrassing Donald Trump and having all of these people looking at him, and they're gonna want these files, and I'm trying to make these files go away, and you embarrassed me then, and da 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 da. It's like having mashed potatoes on my head, and I can't. You're gonna have to pay. The banks that my bank accounts are frozen. They're seizing my properties, and they're seizing my planes, and I owe this. I need my money, and so you're gonna have to pay. And this girl finally understand what's going on and who got her.
I mean, this is very rare. This video over the weekend with
She said,
Return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
She finally said,
We received your message.
Donald
and we
Trump.
Understand. We beg you now.
Now we begging you. I mean, he been losing. I mean, y'all, if y'all think I'm playing, I'm serious as a heart attack. I really think I got your message. Now I understand this is because of me. So we will pay you this money. Yeah, that's what I hear.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate. You now to return. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate.
Right here
with her.
to me, I'm right here to me. This is just me. She's saying, Donald Trump, okay. We will give you the money. Because you know that's what he do. He blackmails. And that's all this society, these Zionists, whatever they are, that's all they do. You piss them off, you don't do what they want to do, they get you back. It's a power struggle. And for him to say, oh, you would be surprised. You would be surprised. Yeah, no.
said this over the weekend.
President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You probably surprised.
He got them eyes, y'all. He got the sliver eyes on. He's the slitherer right here as he talking. Watch them eyes. When he got those little bitty eyes. Oh, yeah. There go that reptilian. Bam! There you go. Whoop, there he is. Whoop, there he is, the reptilian. Whoop, there he is. Whoop, there he is. What did Dan say when he was the chauffeur? He was driving them around, and he said, "Look at me! Look at me! Look at me!" You know, like an animal. Like a creature from the Black Lagoons or something. And then he raised an eye. He showed him that slither. That slither eye. That's that eye right there. And yeah. Right here, he's being evil. There go that eye. Hello.
You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong.
Did he say meeting? And then he switched? Hold on.
Very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up. Meeting. We have some.
A meeting?
I think we're doing very well. Very well, meeting.
Negotiating. We're doing very well negotiating. to convince them to give us that money. We're doing very well. I think we're getting things done. Olga said, we got your message. We understand. I'm begging you now. So he probably did something. This man right here is evil. The stuff that's coming out in the Epstein files and the Sasha. We
have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And
What?
I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution.
The money.
We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be
A suspect?
yeah, could be definitive.
So you
When
can't
you
say
say just
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened with regard to that horrible situation in the last couple of hours.
This isn't just a wallet, it's a rare find. There's something different about owning something almost nobody else has. That's why when Ridge dropped their limited...
Y'all, I didn't watch this before. Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting that you said that, because as of today, there's been no updates. As you can see here, Savannah Guthrie is pleading with, she's like,
What day
she's
was
moved
this?
beyond
Hold on.
waiting for Trump or Cash Patel or anyone
So
else
this
to
is
help,
3 days ago.
and she's
So
begging us to do something about it.
So
And
yeah, I
frankly
heard
think-
today. I think there's something out there that said that they're watching the account that the money was deposited.
It's pretty disgusting of the president to use this as some sort of like, oh, oh, it's going to be really interesting when you find out what I know, like to basically just tease the media with this.
Yeah, because she's
It's
probably
disgusting. Like, don't say anything. And as
Lord.
I said, nothing's come of this. As Nancy Guthrie's investigation
She
now
just
enters
paid-
its second week, detectives
she just
still
paid
have
that
no
money.
person of interest linked to her disappearance. That is what the Pima County Sheriff's Department says. Nancy Guthrie's investigation is ongoing. Follow-up continues at multiple locations. No suspects, persons of interest, or vehicles have been identified. No scheduled briefings. If any significant development occur, a press conference will be called. So, which is it? Which is it? Because the President of the United States says that they got a person of interest. Pima County Sheriff says they don't. Savannah Guthrie obviously is desperate because she sent out this statement hours ago. So either the President of the United States is using this to get attention.
No, he's
or
using it to get some money. Cause
Savannah
he
Guthrie
broke.
isn't being told all the information. I refuse to believe that she doesn't know everything going on in this case. Absolutely awful. Awful. And is it any surprise when we have Cash Patel leading this FBI that they can't can't solve this case? We also know too that it says here that Savannah Guthrie, it was reported in the local press that the folks who have kidnapped her mom, seen here, are
Bitcoin,
asking
baby.
for $6 million.
Oh, $6 million.
Over the weekend, Savannah and her family
In
responded to a
Bitcoin
ransom
only.
message saying they will pay the $6 million demand to have their mother return. The alleged note requested payment by last Thursday, but it also listed a second deadline of today at 5 p.m. And that is 5 p.m. Pacific time. So it's 8 p.m. Eastern. Now, it's unclear how long it typically takes for accounts to update, but as of now, the confirmed balance in the publicly viewable account stands at $0 with no transactions recorded. And as I just said, there is absolutely no, the investigation is ongoing, but they don't have any idea who this could be. Here was what Gayle King had to say.
One of your peers, Savannah,
No, I'm
went through so much.
Everybody is heartsick about it. Everybody.
We're getting information about this. I know you saw there's letters. These threats and all kinds of stuff happening. The family's going through it.
I just want this story to have a good outcome. That's all. And every day you wake up and you hope that there's news. You go to bed, you hope that there's news. And my heart breaks when I see what Savannah and her family are going through. And there's so many questions that we still don't know. I just want this to have a good ending.
Yes, y'all do.
I think
it's very, very, very scary.
It hits home for so many people. Everyone got some mom. Everyone, not everybody, but
No, but it does. It hits home on many different levels.
Yeah. Right. Any message?
But Savannah is respected, admired, and adored.
Any message?
We all want her to be okay.
Yeah.
We want Nancy Guthrie back home.
Have you reached out?
Yes, I've reached out, but I told her no response necessary.
I feel that.
Believe me, Savannah's not checking her texts.
Oh yeah, no.
I just want her to know that, and she knows. She knows.
I can't imagine what.
Yeah, so I think we're all really just we are praying for an outcome that is hopeful here. It's something that I want to talk about more on the channel because I think it is indicative of the fact that we have people who are, we have a FBI and DOJ who have their attention divided. They are trying to cover up for pedophiles. Mm-hmm. They are using manpower to redact.
But say she interviewed him years ago about it and embarrassed him. You're leaving that out. I thought that's what you was going to talk about, but go ahead.
Files in the Epstein files to protect the most powerful people among us. The FBI,
including
is
him,
being used to go after American citizens and undocumented immigrants who are doing nothing wrong, aren't criminals, are contributing to our society. And when we actually need them for something super important, they can't solve it. They can't even get close to solving it.
No,
and we have
because they are behind
more
it.
Interested in making headlines than he is in actually helping. So, I am sending prayers to the Guthrie family. I hope you do too. I hope there is a very happy outcome from all of this, and we will keep following.
Can I get y'all to hit the like button, please? What is that?
Hey, why would you buy your health and wellness products from a company?
Can I get y'all to tap the three dots at the top?
Seems silly. When you buy from
Yeah, no, I think, yeah. It's your baby girl.
Efforts in the past to privatize off aspects of the CIA. Organized crime in the United States and then organized crime in intelligence teamed up during World War II. Explicitly, it's documented the OSS and the Office of Naval Intelligence expressly teamed up with the New York mob, specifically the National Crime Syndicate, which was a merger of the Italian mafia and the Jewish mob. A lot of their members became the assassins for CIA death squads and all sorts of stuff in the 50s and 60s and so on. It worked for the mafia. The CIA was like, this works for us too. I think a lot of people perhaps don't necessarily understand how intelligence agencies operate or like the context in which they exist. There have been efforts in the past to privatize off aspects of the CIA, or the CIA spun off aspects of itself to be off the books that then continue to operate and like lose control and get involved in all sorts of crazy stuff and get involved with oligarchs and all sorts of things. Oligarchs, for example, the Rockefeller family had their own intelligence agency during World War II before the CIA even existed. Oligarchs continue to do that kind of stuff even to today. So there's all these different factions, even within the CIA. There's factions. Some operate and like lose control and get involved in all sorts of crazy stuff and get involved with oligarchs and all sorts of things. Oligarchs, for example, the Rockefeller family had their own intelligence agency during World War II before the CIA even existed. Oligarchs continue to do that kind of stuff even to today. So there's all these different factions, even within the CIA. There's factions. Some are in power, some lose power, depending on who's put in a CIA director, for example. It's not a monolith that's just like, oh, this is the CIA and this is what they do. Things develop and things change, but consistently, there's been a direct connection between CIA, the biggest forces in, American financial markets, since its origins. And so I think within these factions, there absolutely are efforts to control members and sort of keep them bonded and from going to another faction and another side. And I think, if you look at the history of sex blackmail in the United States, that's absolutely true. It's not something that's just recent, that just started with like Epstein, for example. It's something that has a very long history and was really something that was first practiced, arguably, by organized crime in the United States. And then organized crime and intelligence teamed up during World War II. Explicitly, it's documented. You can read my book or look up Operation Underworld, where the OSS and the Office of Naval Intelligence expressly teamed up with the New York mob, specifically the National Crime Syndicate, which was a merger of the Italian mafia and the Jewish mob, and how they ended up, a lot of their members became the assassins for CIA death squads and all sorts of stuff in the 50s and 60s and so on. It worked for the mafia. The CIA was like, this works for us too.
Yeah,
and they weren't the only ones that learned that either. And so when you
Specs,
compromise
did we see this one
often
already?
what happens is that you can, those compromised
says
people,
3
they
hours,
determine
but
what
this
sort of
sounds
vice they
familiar.
have, and then they give them unlimited access to that vice in exchange for their cooperation. And bad things may happen to them, but only if they try and leave that tacit agreement. And there's been people that have worked in the CIA that have come out and become whistleblowers. For example, John Kiriakou, who said on interviews and things that like when the CIA is trying to cultivate a source and the source wants a child for sex and the CIA wants that information, they give it. They give the guy what he wants. It's an admitted thing. Again, this is not just something that happens in the CIA. I think it's a lot more widespread than that. And I think now in this era of big tech, and one of the reasons the same network and group wanted to dominate big tech is because once you can get backdoors into people's devices, you don't really need to set them up with sex blackmail. You can have all their communications and find some sort of dirty laundry on them to get them to cooperate or find out all sorts of things about them that they would never or try not to reveal to you. And even there's some cases where I'm sure they could put, things on your computer that aren't yours and then have you arrested and whatever. I mean, the whole potential to manipulate tech that way exists. And I think it definitely has happened. And I think the fact that you have a lot of this symbiosis between big tech and intelligence agencies is certainly a very troubling development. And I think ultimately the factions behind this, what they want is more power and control. And if you look through history, they're very ruthless in obtaining those things. CIA, like a lot of these other things, are, hierarchs. And so the people at the top may know a lot more than the people at the bottom that feel like they're keeping the world safe for democracy or whatever. And then the people at the top are like, this corporation wants us to start a war there and pick off this leader and do this thing. I'm sure it's very different worlds at the top and the bottom. But I think, when you're aware of the crimes of the CIA, I couldn't ever understand wanting to work there. But, obviously people have different backgrounds and different motivations and different views about these things, and people think all sorts of things about themselves. I think that's possible in many instances when you look at the companies that became the biggest companies in big tech, like the example Mark gave about PayPal. They started off going around and trying to build and make their company and make it a success with those intelligence agencies. For example, Pierre Omidyar of eBay, he was one of the first big tech people to team up with, the FBI and the national security state, and had people spying on people's transactions, trying to flag stuff for the federal government, and that only deepened over time. In the case of like Palantir, they explicitly wanted to recreate that failed DARPA program, and they were going around. The person that was going to run TIA was a guy that the top official in the Reagan administration that was convicted during Iran-Contra, John Poindexter, who's considered the godfather of modern surveillance. Thiel and Karp wanted to talk to him, and the person that connected them was Richard Pearl, who was one of the top architects of the Iraq War and serving in the Bush-era Pentagon. And another person that came into the mix here was the CIA's top champion of TIA, Alan Wade, who was a business partner of Christine Maxwell's in Gilead, which I mentioned earlier. And they go on to help help create the privatized version of that. But that's what Thiel and Karp wanted from the beginning. And Thiel was coming from that, coming at that venture fresh off of selling PayPal to Omidyar, building PayPal with the early involvement of these three-letter agencies, and Palantir. They had engineers going to Langley, Virginia, CIA headquarters every 2 weeks for the first several years of their existence as a company. And the CIA was like their only known client for the first several years of their existence. And a lot of these companies, including like Google, Amazon, are all CIA or military contractors, if not both. And then you have like some of these.
Amazon is CIA. Did y'all hear that? What'd she say? Oh, no. Did I just get a... Now, say what now?
Headquarters every 2 weeks for the first several years of their existence as a company. And the CIA was like their only known client for the first several years of their existence. And a lot of these companies, including like Google, Amazon, are all CIA or military contractors, if not both. And then you have like some of these other PayPal-connected oligarchs like Musk, who are also contractors through their various current ventures right now, like with Space Force, for example. It's business for them, right? They're like, the government is the best client we can have because they like can do all sorts of stuff to make it happen and ensure your success. And I would argue that the public-private partnership is the core of crony capitalism.
So you're being corrupted by money.
Which I would argue is really the system of capitalism the United States has had for most of its existence, if we're quite honest about it. And these intelligence agencies work with top people in markets, the top hedge funds, giving them early intelligence about what's going to happen. They trade it, they make $1 bazillion, and then they rise to the top of the heap. I would argue that the reason Jamie Dimon doesn't like, or publicly says he doesn't like Bitcoin, is because he is so into the idea of programmable, surveillable money in a way. I mean, maybe he wants to, change his tune on Bitcoin as it relates to it being like for asset storage, now that people like Larry Fink have come out and embraced it. But remember, Larry Fink, too, was against Bitcoin a few years.
Bitcoin. Now, who does Savannah Guthrie have to pay? I mean, how they want their money? They want a Bitcoin.
So into the idea of programmable, surveillable money in a way. I mean, maybe he wants to, change his tune on Bitcoin as it relates to it being like for asset storage, now that people like Larry Fink have come out and embraced it. But remember, Larry Fink, too, was against Bitcoin a few years ago, and then obviously has adopted a very different tone since then. And I think that's going to be true of really all of these Wall Street figures that in past years have been very negative about Bitcoin. But JP Morgan, has done a lot on like deposit tokens or tokenized deposits. There's sometimes called, and is likely to, they've made like JP Morgan coin. It's done like an insane amount of money in terms of like the total amount of transactions it's overseen and just like, or been involved in just like a few years and things like that. And we'll see, but he's definitely not adverse to a lot of these movements that are happening in fintech and in the interests of, some of these either governments or intelligence agencies and what have you, or the UN or any of these other groups, and seeing, most of the world, if not all the world, adopt some form of programmable, surveillable currency, which is essentially what the CBDC is, and why CBDCs have been so criticized is because they're programmable and surveillable, not necessarily because it's issued by a central bank, because, fiat is issued by a central bank. Like that, as I understand it, isn't so much the issue around CBDCs. It says they're programmable and surveillable. Okay, so, maybe the government isn't doing the programming and the surveilling, but is JP Morgan doing it and then passing off all that information to the government that team up with all the time anyway? Is it really any that better in practice? I don't think so. And then again, as we mentioned earlier, people like John Reed that helped build up this industry have been like, financial surveillance is the best. Like, these are people that are all in to surveil you and collaborate with the people that helped get them in the positions of power they are now, and help, facilitate that type of end game that we're all rapidly being hurtled towards. And also, by the way, as soon as he became Treasury Secretary in '98, he starts flying on Epstein's plane and hanging out with Epstein. And when they're at Harvard, Larry Summers supercharges Epstein's access to Harvard and helps facilitate all of that. Very close connections with those two guys. And it's worth pointing out also that it's even bigger than that. A lot of it has to. And when they're at Harvard, Larry Summers supercharges Epstein's access to Harvard and helps facilitate all of that. Very close connections with those two guys. collaborate with the people that helped get them in the positions of power they are now, you know, and help, you know, facilitate that type of end game that we're all rapidly being hurtled towards. And also, by the way, as soon as he became Treasury Secretary in 98, he starts flying on Epstein's plane and hanging out with Epstein. And when they're at Harvard, Larry Summers supercharges Epstein's access to Harvard and helps facilitate all of that. Very close connections with those two guys. And it's worth pointing out also that it's even bigger than that. A lot of it has to do with Harvard, where Summers was involved at Harvard. Well before he was in the Clinton administration, he was also at the World Bank. And a lot of these Harvard economist type guys have had very interesting ideas as it relates to Latin American debt. And, you know, obviously Summers was at the World Bank while a lot of this Latin American debt stuff was going on with like JP Morgan and Citi and all of that. And Larry Summers, of course, comes back after the financial crisis that he and Rubin helped create to advise the Obama administration on what to do to respond to the crisis. And gee, wasn't it a great response, guys? Totally reined in Wall Street and their criminality, didn't we? So, you know, Larry Summers is like one of the worst examples, worse in the sense of like he's horrible, a great example of how the revolving door works. And he's definitely not the only one. Obviously, Robert Rubin, who was above him, is a great example. But, you know, there's a lot to be said about, you know, that type of activity and the consequences it's had. And you could argue that a lot of things that happened in 2008, you know, I don't even really think there was a proper investigation into what caused that crisis, and people explicit that were clearly criminal in causing that crisis were not prosecuted or even investigated.
Clearly, because they all are part of the same organized crime.
Cabinet, and including his attorney general that would have been responsible for choosing whether or not to prosecute stuff, Eric Holder. So the consequences are very significant because it basically shows that they can get away with that type of financial criminality and stealing that amount of wealth from regular Americans.
Their plan is to lead the United States a third world country and steal all the money and turn it into Bitcoins.
Questionable, not preside.
It don't take a rocket science to figure that out, Jason.
It discusses, you know, several examples of that. Someone like Larry Summers is a good, you know, example of, you know, how this system, you know, ends up working, and it's very unsettling. And, you know, a lot of my research too, specifically on someone like Jamie Dimon, shows that he's very tied up with those same oligarchs, specifically people like Leslie Wexner and the Crown family.
And
so in talking about Sandy Weil, who, you know, built
all
up
tied to the
and then that
Epstein
later merged with
files,
Citi,
one way or another.
Group, right? Sandy Weil used to be at American Express for a long time. Jamie Dimon was the guy under him, and then Sandy Weil leaves. Dimon follows him, and they take over this company called, I think it's called Commercial Credit Corp or something, which was a spin-off of this other company that was tied up with all this espionage and tech theft. And Robert Maxwell's Control Data Corp, is the parent company. And so they took their like financial arm of Control Data Corporation and used that to build Travelers Group, which was very interesting. So in building it up,
Whitney, are there any good people? Are there any good people?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, absolutely. But the good people, I would argue, are like regular people, and the people that manage to climb to the top, especially of like, you know, industries like Wall Street. To get to the top of Wall Street, do you know how many skulls you have to step on? It's hard to be a good person when you're crushing that much bone under your boot. Yeah, but anyway, Jamie Dimon had a falling out with Sandy Weil not that long after the merger with Citigroup and ended up leaving. John Reed was also booted out as well in that power struggle. And so he was without a job for a year. And this particular bank called Bank One, which is originally from Ohio and intimately connected to Leslie Wexner, starts searching for a new head for the bank. The main and Bank One had merged with another bank in Chicago in the 90s that was dominated by the Crown family, who I mentioned earlier being out of Chicago. And the Crown family board members, you know, were dominated by people tied with the Crown family or tied up with Wexner, including John Kessler, who's really just as a right-hand man for Wexner as Epstein was. And actually, they were intimately involved in several ventures together. Kessler, Epstein, and Wexner are the people that picked Dimon and put him in charge of Bank One, and then Bank One merges with JP Morgan, and that's why Jamie Dimon is in charge of JP Morgan. He owes it all to the Wexner circuit and the Crown family, who were both provably linked to organized crime.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays.
Organized crime.
A romantic hotel works for some.
At the top.
But not others.
Despicable. And they say it's supposed to be law and order. Oh, okay.
Jeffrey Epstein was as much a financial criminal as a sex criminal. There's a very particular reason why mainstream media only wants to talk about his sex crimes between 2000 and 2006. Jeffrey Epstein was also not an anomaly in the network in which he operated. Numerous people engaged in sex blackmail and sex trafficking. If you think these issues died with Jeffrey Epstein, you were sorely mistaken. But one of the reasons Jeffrey Epstein is really important is because a lot of the situation in which we find ourselves, whether it's impending economic collapse, transhumanism, all sorts of this stuff, he had his hands in those pies and a lot more. And if you were to, Jeffrey Epstein was as much a financial criminal as a sex criminal. There's a very particular reason why mainstream media only wants to talk about his sex crimes between 2000 and 2006. Jeffrey Epstein was also not an anomaly in the network in which he operated. Numerous people engaged in sex blackmail and sex trafficking. If you think these issues died with Jeffrey Epstein, you were sorely mistaken. But one of the reasons Jeffrey Epstein is really important is because a lot of the situation in which we find ourselves, whether it's impending economic collapse, transhumanism, all sorts of this stuff, he had his hands in those pies and a lot more. And if you were to pull on the Epstein thread, I guess you could say, you start to unravel a lot of the bigger picture, and a lot of what is going on right now has its origins decades ago. And basically the people running the show here and that were, that Epstein was fronting for, it's intelligence and organized crime, but it's a symbiosis of those two entities that has become so interconnected. They are one and the same, and these are basically the people that are running most governments in the world. The way it looks to me is that Jeffrey Epstein, why he's involved in this intelligence financial stuff and Iran-Contra stuff and Adnan Khashoggi, he's also getting involved in real estate. And so in a lot of early articles that mention Epstein, in the 90s and the early 2000s, they don't call him like billionaire or like financial advisor or any of these other terms that are used later. They call him property developer. So he has a lot of involvement in real estate, and he's actually in the late 80s sharing offices with a real estate family with ties, alleged ties to organized crime called the Gulettas, and really focusing on a lot of these markets. And he's doing that also with Leslie Wexner, who's also very involved in Manhattan real estate. And all sorts of characters, and who's another big player in New York real estate. Well, that would be Donald Trump. And so it's been alleged in the 80s, Tom Barrack of Colony Capital, who's even now is, relatively closely associated with Trump and was with his presidential campaign and subsequent, very involved in many.
I need for y'all to take some time and hit the like button for me, the 3 dots at the top right, or just the thumbs up, or hit the face of your phone. Can we get the likes up for me? If you don't want to hit the like button, can you go ahead and leave for me? If you're coming in, please hit the like button, the thumbs up.
Manhattan real estate. He's doing that also with Leslie Wexner, who's also very involved in Manhattan real estate, and all sorts of characters, and who's another big player in New York real estate. Well, that would be Donald Trump. And so it's been alleged in the 80s, Tom Barrack of Colony Capital, who's even now is, relatively closely associated with Trump and was with his presidential campaign and subsequent presidency to varying degrees. Barrick, Trump, and Epstein would socialize a lot together, or hit the nightclubs together, and all of this. And they're also working in, real estate and distressed real estate and stuff like that. Because Barrick, I believe, also works in like real estate through Colony Capital. And after that, it gets a little more murky. Some of the overlaps there. Because there's a lot we don't know about the real estate activities in which Epstein was engaged. There's some really weird ones though, like him renting from the State Department and all other, weird sorts of stuff
The
that's
State
going on there.
Department.
But what, in terms of perhaps the damning aspects of the Trump-Epstein relationship, I would say that in order to explain that, I'd have to explain what I think was going on with the sex trafficking stuff with Epstein. So as I note in the book, I think there were probably two parallel operations that were going on. One is the one everyone knows about the exploited girls and the massages and all of this. But there's another tier of girls who are, lured in the same way with offers of help and all this stuff, but they actually receive that help and then are cultivated, even if they're recruited underage by the time, they cultivate them over the age of 18, educate them all this stuff, and they become the wives and girlfriends of the elite in this social circle. And when it comes to Trump, one of the women that Epstein was cultivating in this way in the early 90s was a Norwegian heiress named Selena Middelfart, who actually accompanied Epstein on one of his visits to the Clinton White House in the 90s. And she became Donald Trump's girlfriend in this period as well, after dating Epstein. And then the subsequent girlfriend Trump had after Middelfart is
Epstein
his current
had
wife,
them all first.
dating.
So Epstein had this one. Girl, let me see you. So you just can't get your own woman. They all got to come through Epstein. Oh, okay. Okay. So she was one of them, like Melania, that came through. She got ran up through the pipes, through the system of these bad boys with this trafficking.
Middelfart, who actually accompanied Epstein on one of his visits to the Clinton White House in the 90s. And she became Donald Trump's girlfriend in this period as well, after dating Epstein. And then the subsequent girlfriend Trump had after Middelfart is his current wife, Melania, who allegedly was introduced to Trump also by Maxwell and Epstein. So there's other cases besides Trump of these women, including many of the women that accompanied Trump to the Clinton White House, of sort of getting involved with people in Epstein's social circle that were, very wealthy.
Epstein to the Clinton White House, you mean?
Oh, sorry, yeah. May have misspoken there.
Yeah.
Because most of Epstein's White House visits, there were 17 of them. Several of them he's accompanied by attractive young women. And a lot of those women, after time, end up sort of becoming, girlfriends or wives of, people much older and wealthier and powerful than they are. But a lot of those men have, telling connections to Epstein's network.
I'm not really a cupcake.
Wow.
But I am super baked. Instantly can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's.
Work. Trump in the early 90s, when he was facing bankruptcy, was sort of bailed out by this same bank, which is kind of interesting because in the last few years of Robert Maxwell's life, among other people, Donald Trump was one of the people seen on the Lady Ghislaine yacht, sort of schmoozing with these types of people. And when the mainstream media likes to report on, Trump and the Russian mob, what they're not really saying is that these are the old business partners. Report on, Trump and the Russian mob, what they're not really saying is that Donald Trump was one of the people seen on the Lady Ghislaine yacht, sort of schmoozing with these types of people. And when the mainstream media likes to report on, Trump and the Russian mob, what they're not really saying is that these are the old business partners.
They are saying that is Pam Bondi. Told y'all that it's coming out. Yeah.
really saying is that
Okay,
these
I'm
are the
finna
old
get ready
business
to go if
partners
y'all can't hit the like
of Robert
button.
Maxwell. And if you look at Trump's reaction to the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein in 2019 and then the subsequent arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell, his reactions to those are quite different. With Jeffrey Epstein, he was like, "Oh, I'm not a fan of the guy at all. We parted ways, many years ago." And then with Ghislaine, he said, "I wish her well." So there seems to be some kind of when it's introducing Jeffrey Epstein to a British audience, he's probably someone else people reading the Evening Standard, probably never heard of, and they call him a property developer and all this stuff, and they say he made most of his money, most of his millions, because of business links with three men, and those three men are Leslie Wexner, Donald Trump, and Bill Gates. But wait, I thought Bill Gates and Epstein didn't meet until 2011. What is he doing here in this 2001 article? It may have something to do with Ghislaine Maxwell and Ghislaine Maxwell's sisters. So after Robert Maxwell dies in 1991, it's not just Ghislaine that's trying to continue her father's work. It's the twin sisters, Christine and Isabel, who have admitted in interviews, which I reproduce in the book, that they were trying to rebuild a piece of their father's legacy. And what they had done previously when their father was still alive, especially in the case of Christine Maxwell, was manage the front company that was used to sell the bugged promise software to the India National Laboratory in the United States. So, directly involved in the tech aspect of her father's espionage activities on behalf of Israeli intelligence. So anyway, they create this company called the McKinley Group, which produces one of the early search engines called Magellan. And Magellan makes all these deals with, some of the big tech companies at the time, including Microsoft. The vice president of the McKinley Group is Isabel Maxwell. Isabel Maxwell is the person that makes those deals with those tech titans. So she would have been the person to have that direct connection with Microsoft. And before I go any further, it's important to point out that Ghislaine Maxwell had a significant stake in this company, as did Kevin Maxwell, who was wanted to be his father reincorporated after his death and was involved in many other aspects of this company as well. In 2000, article that's about Isabel Maxwell, because at this point she's in charge of a IDF, Israeli intelligence connected, called ComTouch, which is basically rescued by Paul Allen and Microsoft, which invest a bunch of money in her company, when it makes no sense to do so because it's hemorrhaging money and, has very, its product isn't great and it doesn't have a lot of market share and all stuff. But for some reason, they pour a bunch of money into it. And, she's talking about ComTouch in this article, and is talking about her relationship with Bill Gates, which obviously precedes 2000, and we can assume goes back to this Magellan Microsoft team up, which was like around 1995 or so. And the way, Isabel Maxwell over the years has given lots and lots and lots of interviews about all sorts of stuff. And I read as many as I could find. And this is the only one where she talks about Bill Gates, and it's the only one where she is described by the journalist as purring when she talks, and adopts a faux Southern accent, meaning like Southern American accent, when talking about Bill Gates, and how I can't remember exactly what she says, but something about like convincing him to put money from the foundation into ComTouch or something like that. So,
well, he has to spend $340 million a year, so why not do it this way? As she says in the interview. Yeah, so weird.
Yeah, that's the quote. Yeah, it's super bizarre and definitely deserves further, investigation to figure out what was up there. But obviously, something is very weird with why both Paul Allen, who ends up with some of these women close to Epstein, like Nicole Junkerman, who's I think it was part of this elite girlfriend and wives op that Epstein was running, ends up around Paul Allen, whatever. And then, they're dumping money into this company that's losing lots of money and eventually, basically collapses. Well, gets close to collapsing. I mean, it never really recovers and becomes a profitable company. When it comes to Microsoft also, it's not just the Maxwells. You have like Epstein in the same period. Is having Nathan Myhrvold, who's the chief technology officer of Microsoft, on his plane, and later when he leaves Microsoft, Mervold leaves Microsoft. He has Epstein is bringing young, potentially underage Eastern European women to visit Mervold in his offices and stuff. And around 1998 or so, Mervold takes Epstein on an official Microsoft Russia trip. That is very interesting because they're taking photos in front of taking photos with employees of the nuclear center in Russia, which previously, just a couple months before this, I think, had gotten in trouble. Well, a Silicon Valley company called Silicon Graphics had gotten in trouble for selling them a supercomputer that they weren't supposed to sell. And this whole that whole theme ties up with a lot of the stuff I write about with Epstein in the Clinton White House and what was probably going on there and all of that. So there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff there. So, I mean, if you ask me, why mainstream media won't look into this evidence about Epstein, Microsoft, and potentially Bill Gates well before 2011, I think it has a lot more to do with protecting Microsoft than protecting Bill Gates, because by 2011, Bill Gates wasn't really running the show at Microsoft anymore. But he was in this other period of time. And there's a few other Microsoft, executives like Linda Stone and some other ones that were very close to Epstein, even hired members of Epstein's entourage as assistants and stuff like that. And one of these is the people that connects Epstein to the MIT Media Lab. I think the head of that had to resign because of the Epstein donations. And Gates apparently donated there, and I think somewhere else at Epstein's direction. And, I don't know. The whole thing with Gates and Epstein and philanthropy is really crazy, too. But the whole philanthropy discussion, you have this sort of talk about the Clinton Foundation and other stuff in that particular conversation. But, there's a reason that Gates was interested in Epstein for philanthropy. I don't know. The whole thing with Gates and Epstein and philanthropy is really crazy, too. But the whole philanthropy discussion, you have this sort of talk about the Clinton Foundation and other stuff in that particular conversation. But, there's a reason that Gates was interested in Epstein for philanthropy, and it's not the reason he's giving. I think it's because Epstein was a pioneer in this new method of philanthropy, which is basically impact investing or, creating a slush fund disguised as a philanthropic organization. And he was very adept at it. Theme there. And if you ask me about Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in real estate, he was most likely using it to facilitate the other financial crimes in which he was provably or most likely engaged at distinct periods in his career, because real estate is a really useful way to launder money for a lot of people. And Epstein, over the course of his career, was very involved in money laundering.
And blackmailing people to get their mama back.
Tiff that ruined their friendship and all of this was over.
If you want to surprise everyone in 2026, we start on Monday, February 9th. Tai Chi, made for beginners, over.
Can I get y'all to hit the like button? Ooh. The like button. Okay, I'll wait. Okay, if y'all don't want to hit the like button, can y'all go ahead and leave so I can go to my next cup of tea?
Um, up- and I don't know. The whole thing with Gates and Epstein and philanthropy is really crazy.
Y'all that just came in listening in, can you double tap the face of your phone, please?
Crazy too. But the whole philanthropy discussion, you have this sort of talk about the Clinton Foundation and other stuff in that particular conversation. But there's a reason that Gates was interested in Epstein for philanthropy, and it's not the reason he's giving. I think it's because Epstein was a pioneer in this new method of philanthropy, which is basically impact investing, or creating a slush fund disguised as a philanthropic organization. And he was very adept at it. Theme there. And if you ask me about Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in real estate, he was most likely using it to facilitate the other financial crimes in which he was provably or most likely engaged at distinct periods in his career, because real estate is a really useful way to launder money for a lot of people. And Epstein, over the course of his career, was very involved in money laundering. So, that's probably why. But, their supposed tiff that, ruined their friendship and all of this was over a Palm Beach mansion that they both wanted to buy, and they were sort of got competitive. And, why did they want the mansion? I think the person that actually ended up buying it, bulldozed it or something. But it was probably not, because they wanted to live there. They wanted to, use that purchase for something, whatever that was. I would argue it was probably, for financial fun and games, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, no.
Robert Maxwell probably thought he was on top, but he wasn't on top, right? And he's the kind of guy that, if you look at his career and his personality, also he's very bombastic. He's probably very narcissistic. And so, but he also has a lot of ability too when it comes to financial stuff, especially in front companies and labyrinths of business webs and hiding money in Liechtenstein and tax havens and all this stuff. So the way it looks like to me, it sort of happened is that, those people that spin plates on sticks and stuff, he was stacking too much, right? And eventually it started to wobble in the early 90s. And, they tried to, well before he died, there were effort after effort to stall the people that were coming to call for loans to be paid back and all other sorts of stuff. I mean, he had bankers at his door all the time in the last couple of years of his life. So, it wasn't just all of a sudden, right? It was definitely collapsing, and they were trying to prevent the collapse. And, based on people that have, written extensive biographies on Robert Maxwell in this particular period, he was getting really worried and strung out, allegedly made threats to people, particularly intelligence agencies, that, he might say stuff if they didn't give him money and all other sorts of stuff. And, I think probably the most telling thing here is, think what you want to think about how Robert Maxwell died. His daughter that was closest to him and his activities in this period, Ghislaine Maxwell, her father was killed by renegade Mossad agents and Sicilian contract hitmen. So, The official
And then
story
we
is that
find
he,
out that
it was
Trump
either an
was
accident
also
or
on
he
the
killed.
boat. Was on the boat. Yeah. He always around. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. He's a get rid of him kind of guy.
His daughter that was closest to him in his activities in this period, Ghislaine Maxwell, thinks her father was killed by renegade Mossad agents and Sicilian contract hitmen. So, the official story is that he, it was either an accident or he killed himself or something, but the person that was closest to him in this period doesn't believe that.
Welcome to the Morning Medical Update.
When I tell somebody I have breast cancer and stuff, they kind of look at you like, that's not possible.
It is when you got these Bill Gates and Epstein creating these cocktails and injecting them and putting all type of kooky gooky diseases.
Jeffrey Epstein was as much.
Yeah. It's crazy. Now they just sent me something, so let me see what they're talking about.
We are anonymous. No face, no party badge, no loyalty to the powerful. Just a voice that shows up when the people who demand worship start cracking under the weight of their own behavior. Last night, Donald Trump did not look like a man in control. He looked like a man spiraling. Not one post, not two. A barrage. The kind of frantic, compulsive flood where the timeline turns into a jittering heartbeat, and you can practically feel the panic behind the screen. By the account you brought, it was somewhere between 50 and 100 posts in a single night. That is not normal. That is not leadership. That is a public meltdown, performed in real time with the whole world watching. And the most revealing part was not just the volume. It was what he chose to push when he thought he was fighting for his life. In that storm of posts, Trump boosted content depicting former President Barack Obama.
He started posting photos and videos of former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as monkeys. And he did the kind of faces of Michelle and Barack and their face over gorillas and monkeys.
He amplified.
I hit the wrong one. Sorry. Hey, Joseph.
We are anonymous. We do not operate on rumors or vibes. We follow the trail people leave behind when they think no one is watching. Press briefings, official spin law enforcement summaries, and the little contradictions that give the whole game away. Today's story has a simple headline in plain English. Trump's 2006 Epstein phone call surfaces, and the panic around it tells you everything you need to know. It starts with a press briefing, with a spokesperson being asked about a development tied to newly released Epstein material. The question was direct and careful. A reporter brought up that newly released files point to a conversation between the president and the Palm Beach police chief in the early 2000s, and that in a 2019 recounting,
according to newly released files, the president had a conversation with the Palm Beach police chief
in the early 2000s, according to the police chief in 2019.
The police chief described Trump saying, "Thank goodness you're stopping him," and also calling Ghislaine Maxwell evil.
He did say, according to this recounting of it, that thank goodness you're stopping him. He also called Ghislaine Maxwell evil.
The reporter added the key tension. The president has said on the record before that he had no idea about Epstein's crimes.
So my two questions are, did that conversation with Palm Beach police chief happen? And can you explain the discrepancy
between what Trump says publicly and what this account describes? Instead of answering yes or no, the spokesperson reached for the usual shield repetition. She said the president has always remained consistent that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club at Mar-a-Lago because Epstein was a creep.
What I will say is that the president has always remained consistent and that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club at Mar-a-Lago because, frankly, Jeffrey Epstein was a creep.
She framed Trump as different from others who are named, claiming he cut off the relationship and was honest and transparent about it for years and years.
And unlike many other people who are named in these files, President Trump cut off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was honest and transparent about that for years and years. And so
then she tried to turn the entire situation into a victory lap, pointing to the release of more than 3 million Epstein-related documents.
I think what the president has said all along has always remained true, and the release of more than 3 million documents related to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous, disgusting crimes just shows the level of transparency that this president and administration has committed to in bringing these files to light.
As proof of the administration's commitment to transparency, as if dumping paper automatically cleans the hands of everyone whose name shows up in the story. But the question did not go away. The reporter pressed again. Did he call the chief in 2006?
Did he call the chief in 2006? Caroline, did he call the chief?
Look, there was a phone call that may or may not have happened in 2006. I don't know the answer to that question. What I'm telling you is that what President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you...
The spokesperson hesitated and then admitted the quiet part out loud. It was a phone call that may or may not have happened in 2006, and she did not know the answer. Then she snapped right back into the script, saying what Trump has always said is that he kicked Epstein out because Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. She even tried to claim that the call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what Trump has said from the beginning. And she added a smug little jab about how many people reading the alleged FBI report probably thought it cracks the narrative that has been pushed about Trump for many years.
When you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years.
That is the tell. When a spokesperson starts talking about cracking narratives, they are admitting the story is not about facts anymore, it is about control. Because the problem here is not just whether a phone call happened. The problem is what the call implies if it did happen, and what it reveals about what Trump knew when he knew it, and why his public story keeps changing. Here is what the surfaced account says. It comes from a document described as a 2019 FBI interview with the former Palm Beach police chief, named in the original discussion as Michael Ryder. In that interview, the chief described Trump calling the police department back in 2006, right when the Epstein investigation became public. Trump allegedly said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everybody has known he's been doing this. Everyone has known." Those words are not casual. They are not the words of a man shocked by new information. They are the words of a man acknowledging an open secret, something circulating so widely that he treats it like common knowledge. Now put that next to the story Trump has spent years telling about, why he and Epstein fell out. Trump has framed the falling out as employee poaching. He has told reporters that the concept of people taking people that work for him is bad, that people were taken out of the spa and hired by Epstein. He framed it like a petty business dispute between two wealthy men. Nothing moral, nothing urgent, nothing involving danger to young women. He even said he believed one of the people taken was Virginia Guthrie, one of Epstein's most prominent survivors. That detail is not small, because it means Trump was willing to drag a survivor's name into his preferred explanation, while still presenting the conflict as a staffing issue instead of what it actually was. And that creates a collision you cannot spin away. Because if the FBI interview account is accurate, Trump was not describing a staffing dispute in 2006. He was describing a predator. He allegedly said people in New York knew Epstein was disgusting. He allegedly said Ghislaine Maxwell was Epstein's operative and evil. He allegedly said he once got the hell out of there when he was around Epstein and teenagers were present. That is not the language of a man mad about employees. That is the language of a man who knows what kind of danger is in the room. So which is it? Either Trump kicked Epstein out because Epstein was stealing his employees, or Trump kicked him out because Trump knew Epstein was a predator targeting teenage girls. And here is where the story turns from confusing to suspicious, because if the second version is true, that version actually makes Trump look better on the surface. If you recognized a threat and banned him, that is something you would brag about nonstop. That is the kind of story Trump would put on a loop at every rally and every interview. I saw it, I stopped it, I banned him. That is simple, strong, defensible. But Trump did not choose that. He chose the smaller, uglier story, the one where the breaking point is not morality, but ego and business. Employee poaching, my spa, my people, my property. That choice matters, because you do not downgrade your own moral high ground, unless the truth is messier than the clean version you wish you could sell. And then there is the timing. In the surfaced account, Trump called when the investigation became public, not before. Not when harm could have been prevented earlier. Not when the first whispers started. He called when it was already breaking. That is not bravery. That is positioning. That is a man trying to place himself on the safe side of the timeline, trying to make sure the record shows he was disgusted, that he knew that he was supportive of law enforcement, that he wanted Maxwell targeted, that he got out when teenagers showed up. Ask yourself what it means if Trump is claiming he fled when teenagers were present. That means he witnessed a situation that made him uncomfortable enough to leave. It means he had enough awareness to connect Epstein and teenagers in danger in the same moment. And yet, according to the criticism in the original content, he did not go to police then. He did not blow the whistle then. He waited, and when the police were already investigating, he called to comment on it like a spectator, like someone trying to be seen saying the right lines once the cameras are already pointed at the fire. This is why the spokesperson's attempt to claim the call corroborates Trump's story is so weak. Trump has repeatedly denied having knowledge of Epstein's crimes. Trump has framed the falling out as business. Trump has leaned on the line that he thought Epstein was a creep and cut ties early. But the surfaced account suggests something sharper, that Trump knew enough to say everyone knew what Epstein was doing, and still did not report anything until law enforcement was already moving. That does not corroborate a clean moral break. It supports the idea that Trump is constantly adjusting the story to protect himself. And then we get to the most revealing contrast in the entire narrative. Ghislaine Maxwell. In the alleged 2006 call, Trump called her evil and described her as Epstein's operative. That is strong language. It paints her as central. It paints her as dangerous. But when Maxwell was arrested in 2020, Trump's public posture flipped completely. On camera, he said, "I just wish her well, frankly."
No, I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly.
He said he had met her numerous times over the years, especially since he lived in Palm Beach, and they lived in Palm Beach. And he repeated, "I wish her well."
I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well. Whatever it is, I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know.
When a reporter pushed him on it, reminding him that Maxwell had been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking, and asking why he would wish such a person well.
I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
she's a
made
child
it
sex alleged child
such
sex
a
trafficking.
big deal.
Trump dodged and minimized. He said, "I don't know that." Then the reporter insisted she had been arrested for that, and Trump pivoted into a strange defense built around Epstein's death in jail.
Well, I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that.
her friend or boyfriend.
He said her friend or boyfriend Epstein was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She is now in jail, and he repeated that he wished her well. He even said he would wish the reporter well. He would wish a lot of people well, good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. When asked if he meant he hoped she does not die in jail, he repeated the story about Epstein dying in jail, and people trying to figure out how it happened.
Epstein was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that...
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well.
Suicide or killed. And he again said he wished her well, insisting he was not looking for anything bad for her, not looking bad for anybody. The reporter tried to bring it back to what matters, saying she is an alleged child sex trafficker, and Trump brushed it off with a big deal tone and returned to "I just wish her well." That is not a minor inconsistency. That is a portrait of how Trump behaves when the context changes. Privately, when he thinks it helps him, he can call someone evil. Publicly, when cameras are rolling and consequences are real, he suddenly becomes the guy wishing well to a person facing allegations involving children. That transformation is the point. It shows you the difference between what he is willing to say behind closed doors to protect himself and what he is willing to say on camera when he is protecting something else. So when the original analysis asks what changed between 2006 and 2020, the answer is simple. The audience changed. In 2006, the alleged statement was made in a setting tied to law enforcement, where sounding tough creates distance. In 2020, the statement was made publicly, where saying the wrong thing risks exposing relationships' history and proximity. One version is Trump trying to look helpful. The other version is Trump trying not to upset the wrong people or reveal the wrong closeness. Either way, it is not morality driving the words. It is self-interest. And that brings the whole story back to the question that refuses to die. If Trump knew enough to say everyone knew, if he knew enough to call Maxwell evil, if he knew enough to flee when teenagers were around, why did he not act before the investigation became public? Why wait until the police were already on it? Why frame the falling out as employee poaching for years, instead of telling the version that makes him look like he took a stand? Why build a smaller story unless the real story makes him look worse? This is what it looks like when someone tries to rewrite history in advance. It looks like a man who knew about something serious, did nothing meaningful until the system moved without him, and then tried to insert himself into the timeline as a character who was always disgusted, always distant, always the one who kicked the villain out. And now with this surfaced account circulating, the script is breaking. The public story and the private described comments cannot both be the whole truth. When two stories collide like this, you do not assume the powerful man misspoke. You assume he is doing what he always does, saying whatever protects him in the moment, and daring everyone else to keep up. We are anonymous, and we recognize this pattern. When the truth threatens power, power does not confess. Power reframes. Power repeats. Power hides behind may or may not have happened. Power calls evidence transparency, while refusing to give a straight answer about the facts. And when the mask slips, you see the same thing every time. Not accountability.
My ex-husband invited me to his wedding. Probably one of those polite gestures where he expected a polite no.
Okay, yeah, I'm finna get ready to go.
We are anonymous, and we are going straight to it. MAGA is dangerous flat out for your safety, for the country, and for your family. This is not just about nasty posts and ugly rallies, and people screaming at each other.
It just came on.
Online. This is about what happens inside a house when the cult mindset turns political disagreement into something personal, violent, and irreversible.
We all know that the cult puts the MAGA doctrine over themselves. They're willing to excuse anything so long as Trump owns the libs.
Even if that
y'all
means
hit the like
destroying your own
button.
family for saying one critical thing
Now,
about
I'm not
Donald
gonna keep
Trump.
asking y'all to hit the like button.
We
I'm
are
just gonna
anonymous,
cut
and
it
we are
off. Double tap the face of your phone, hit the three dots at the top right, however you want to do it, but get the likes up and help me support my goal. I mean, what's going on? Yeah. Or get out. That works too.
Going straight to it. MAGA is dangerous flat out for your safety, for the country, and for your family. This is not just about nasty posts and ugly rallies and people screaming at each other online. This is about what happens inside a house when the cult mindset turns political disagreement into something personal, violent, and irreversible.
We all know that the cult puts the MAGA
Kidnapping old girl
doctrine
mama
over themselves.
for Bitcoins.
They're willing to excuse anything so long
Cause
as
the bank
Trump
is froze
owns
his
the
money.
libs.
Even if that means destroying your own family for saying one critical thing about Donald Trump. And that is what this story looks like.
Oh,
A British
yeah.
woman visits her father in Texas. She
Savannah.
criticizes Trump and her father shoots her. Let's name what this really is before we get into the details. Trump has spent years training people to treat disagreement as betrayal, to treat empathy as weakness, to treat cruelty as strength, to treat politics like blood sport. He does not just divide the country. He teaches people to worship division. He rewards the ugliest instincts with attention. He normalizes rage as a personality. He tells supporters they are victims and warriors at the same time, which is a toxic mix, because it gives them permission to feel threatened by everything and justified in doing anything. That is not an abstract theory. It shows up in real rooms with real families, with real guns, and it ends with real bodies. Here is what happened. Lucy Harrison, a 23-year-old British citizen from Warrington in Cheshire, was visiting her father in Prosper near Dallas.
Lucy Harrison from Warrington in Cheshire was shot in the chest on the 10th of January 2025 in Prosper near Dallas. Police in the town investigated the 23-year-old's death as a possible manslaughter, but no criminal charges were brought against Chris Harrison after a grand jury in Collin County declined to indict.
Triggered
libs.
Even if that means destroying your own family for saying one critical thing about Donald Trump. And that is what this story looks like. A British woman visits her father in Texas. She criticizes Trump and her father shoots her. Let's name what this really is before we get into the details. Trump has spent years training people to treat disagreement as betrayal, to treat empathy as weakness, to treat cruelty as strength, to treat politics like blood sport. He does not just divide the country. He teaches people to worship division. He rewards the ugliest instincts with attention. He normalizes rage as a personality. He tells supporters they are victims and warriors at the same time, which is a toxic mix, because it gives them permission to feel threatened by everything and justified in doing anything. That is not an abstract theory. It shows up in real rooms with real families, with real guns, and it ends with real bodies. Here is what happened. Lucy Harrison, a 23-year-old British citizen from Warrington in Cheshire, was visiting her father in Prosper near Dallas.
Lucy Harrison from Warrington in Cheshire was shot in the chest on the 10th of January 2025 in Prosper near Dallas. Police in the town investigated the 23-year-old's death as a possible manslaughter, but no criminal charges were brought against Chris Harrison after a grand jury in Collin County declined to indict him. That's right, the geniuses down here in the Lone Star State thought that this guy should get off scot-free. Because you know why they call it the Lone Star State? Everyone here is so drunk that they look up at the moon and say, look at that big-ass Lone Star. Now, we'll get to the lack of accountability after this, but let me tell you about what actually happened.
On the morning of January 10th, 2025, she was shot in the chest. Police investigated her death as possible manslaughter, but no criminal charges were brought against her father, Chris Harrison, after a grand jury in Collin County declined to indict him. In plain language, the system looked at a dead daughter and the person holding the gun and decided, nah, we are not doing anything here. And yes, this happened in Texas, so you might assume the shooter would face justice. Just kidding. The so-called justice system let him walk, and the reason it happens is exactly the kind of legal loophole culture that thrives in Trump country. Now let's talk about the setup because it matters. This father moved from a place with universal health care and functioning public transportation to Texas.
There's a shocking lack of American reporting on this. It says, dad shot daughter after, quote, arguing about Donald Trump. This is Lucy Harrison, a British citizen, whose father moved from a place that has universal health care and a working public transportation system to Prosper, Texas,
where the identity for a certain kind of conservative is built around guns, grievance, and a fantasy of control. And there is a specific type of man who loves that fantasy. The kind who wants to feel powerful, wants to feel feared, wants to feel like he is the main character in a story, where everyone else is the problem. Texas becomes the promised land for that mentality, and yes, it is why people joke it is the mecca for divorced dads chasing a second life.
Because he just loved being a conservative shithead, I guess. Texas is like the mecca for divorced dads.
A lot of them do not come to build community. They come to build a fortress around their ego. An inquiry into Lucy's death opened back in the UK at Cheshire Coroner's Court.
An inquiry into Lucy Harrison's death opened earlier at Cheshire Coroner's Court, where her boyfriend, Sam Littler, described the big argument about Trump, who was preparing to be inaugurated for his second term in office.
Her boyfriend, Sam Littler, described a big argument about Trump. who at the time was preparing to be inaugurated for his second term in office. Littler traveled to the United States with Lucy for the holiday. He said she would often become upset with her father when he spoke about owning a gun. That detail matters because it tells you the tension did not start that day. The gun was already a symbol. It was already a wedge. It was already the thing that made her stomach turn, because a lot of people know what it feels like to hear a relative talk about guns the way other people talk about hobbies, like it is fun, like it is cool, like it is an identity badge. And the inquest heard that Chris Harrison had previously been to rehab for alcohol addiction. Keep that in mind, because nothing about mixing guns and alcohol is normal, and nothing about treating that mix casually is acceptable. Then comes the moment that shows you the emotional cruelty at the center of this. Littler said that during the Trump argument that morning, Lucy asked her father a question. She asked him, "How would you feel?" She was trying to force empathy. She was trying to pull him back into the real world. She was trying to say, stop making politics a game, stop talking like you are in a comment section, and imagine your own daughter in pain. And Chris Harrison replied that he had 2 other daughters who lived with him, so it would not upset him that much. Read that again in your head and let it land. His daughter is asking him to imagine her being assaulted, and he responds like he is doing math. Like it is a shrug, like, well, I have 2 other daughters here, so it would not bother me that much. That is not a political opinion. That is a broken moral compass. That is what happens when a person's heart gets replaced by ideology and resentment. Lucy became extremely upset and ran upstairs. Now picture this from her side. She is visiting a father who moved away when she was a child. A father who chose a fantasy life in the United States over being present. A father who brags about gun ownership. A father with a history of alcohol addiction. A father who just told her he would not be that upset if she were sexually assaulted. And then she is still in that house, still trying to make sense of him, still hoping maybe there is a real father underneath the politics. That is the trap of family. People keep hoping the person they love will snap out of it, and sometimes the person never does. Here is what happened next, according to Littler's testimony. Lucy had been in the kitchen when her father took her by the hand and led her into his ground floor bedroom. Littler heard a loud bang about 15 seconds later, and then Chris Harrison screamed for his wife, Heather. Littler ran into the room, and Lucy was lying on the floor near the entrance to the bathroom, and Chris was screaming just sort of nonsense. That is the scene. That is the reality behind the politics. A young woman on the floor, a boyfriend running in, a father screaming nonsense, and a gunshot that cannot be taken back. Chris Harrison gave his own statement, and it reads like the kind of story people tell when they want you to stop asking questions. He claimed they had been watching a news item on gun crime when he told Lucy he had a gun and asked if she wanted to see it. He said they went into the bedroom so he could show her a Glock 9mm semi-automatic handgun that he kept in the bedside cabinet. He said he bought the gun a couple of years earlier because he wanted a sense of security for his family. That line is the traumatic irony of gun ownership in America. People buy a weapon designed to kill human beings. They keep it within arm's reach and they call it security. Security for who? Security from what? Security that ends with a daughter dead. He denied ever discussing the gun with Lucy before. He said as he lifted the gun to show her, he suddenly heard a loud bang. He said he did not understand what had happened. Lucy immediately fell. He said he could not recall whether his finger was on the trigger. He acknowledged issues with alcohol in the past, and said he briefly lapsed that day because he was emotional about her leaving. Let's slow down and translate that. A man with a history of alcohol addiction says he was emotional. He drank, he handled a loaded firearm, and he cannot remember if his finger was on the trigger. And we are supposed to accept that as a harmless accident. We are supposed to accept that he needed to show his daughter a gun right after a screaming argument about Trump, right after she was distressed, right after she had expressed discomfort with guns, right after he had said something cold about sexual assault, and he chose that moment to take her by the hand into a bedroom to show her a handgun kept in a bedside cabinet. Even if you believe it was accidental, it is reckless beyond belief. And if you do not believe it, it looks worse. Because why lead her by the hand? Why the bedroom? Why the gun at all? Why was it pointed anywhere near her? Why is the story full of convenient fog? Like I heard a bang, like the gun went off on its own, like the trigger pulled itself. Now here is the part that makes people furious. According to the grand jury, this man likely did not break any laws, and so he was not charged. And that is why Lucy's family, including her mother, said the outcome was baffling and beyond comprehension. No accountability for the person who shot her. The legal reasoning was not fully laid out in public detail, but the most obvious explanation is that the grand jury treated it as accidental. And then you hit the Texas reality. Even though handling a gun while drunk should be treated as inherently dangerous, Texas law creates a carve-out where being intoxicated with a handgun is an offense only in certain contexts, with an exception when you're on your own property, or property under your control, or in or en route to a vehicle or watercraft you own or control. So yes, if you are drunk with a gun in your house or in your car or on your boat, the law can treat you like you are fine. And this is how a tragedy becomes a shrug. This is how a first-degree level loss becomes a whoopsie. And if you are wondering why MAGA does not want this case talked about, it is because it exposes the endpoint of their values. They love guns more than responsibility. They love Trump more than peace. They love owning the libs more than their own family. And we are going to say something that sounds harsh but fits the pattern. There is a very real chance Lucy's father still supports Trump, because cult thinking does not dissolve when consequences hit. Cult thinking often doubles down. He will blame the liquor. He will blame the argument. He will blame Lucy for pushing him. He will blame liberals for being dramatic. He will blame everything except the actual disease, which is a worldview that treats weapons as identity and treats empathy as weakness. He will not suddenly accept that gun ownership was meant to come with training and regulation, that the whole premise was tied to a militia and structure, not this modern free-for-all, where any unstable person can keep a loaded handgun in a bedside cabinet and call it security. This is where the bigger analysis comes in. People want to treat MAGA like just another political movement. It is not. The hardcore faction is a loyalty machine.
You can see from this chart that they're still with Trump to this day. I still feel mostly confident in my choice. 98% from the MAGA hardliners. Hell, it's 92% from the anti-woke conservatives, 85% from the mainline Republicans, and even the reluctant right is becoming more supportive of Trump recently, not less.
A significant chunk of Trump supporters remain intensely confident in him, and the support holds even across different segments, including people who claim to be reluctant, but are becoming more supportive over time, not less. That tells you the direction of travel. The gravitational pull is toward more devotion, more excuses, more rationalization, more normalization of behavior. That would have ended any other political career. Trump has created an environment where cruelty is proof of strength and accountability is framed as persecution. So when something like this happens, the system is primed to look away, and the community is primed to make excuses, and the culture is primed to pretend the victim is just collateral damage in a bigger war. And it is not just families with guns. The broader climate matters, especially for people visiting from outside the United States. Human rights organizations have warned against traveling to certain places in the U.S., including warnings aimed at international tourists ahead of major events like the World Cup. The argument is simple. When enforcement culture turns aggressive, when federal and local agents can detain people without clear cause or identification, everyone is at risk. And Florida is a perfect example of the Trump blueprint continuing through local power, with leaders who build reputations on harshness, hostility toward immigrants, and copycat restrictions that mirror Trump-era targeting of countries that are brown and Muslim. The message is not welcome, the message is suspicion. And people are right to be cautious, because stories keep piling up of lawful visitors and workers caught in detention held for months, describing conditions as volatile. Describing fear, not of other detainees, but of the staff describing an atmosphere where the people in charge feel untouchable. Put that next to the Lucy Harrison story and the pattern is clear. The United States right now can be a place where institutions fail, where accountability evaporates, and where a toxic political cult inflames the worst impulses inside homes. So when we say the dark side of political division at home, we mean this. We mean politics turning into a personal religion. We mean a father who would rather cling to Trump and guns and grievance than show basic human empathy to his own daughter. We mean alcohol and a handgun in a bedroom, and 15 seconds between being led by the hand, a place where institutions fail, where accountability evaporates, and where a toxic political cult inflames the worst impulses inside homes. So when we say the dark side of political division at home, we mean this. We mean politics turning into a personal religion. We mean a father who would rather cling to Trump and guns and grievance than show basic human empathy to his own daughter.
For the floating hearts.
Alcohol and a handgun in a bedroom, and 15 seconds between being led by the hand and a loud bang. We mean a boyfriend running in to see Lucy on the floor near the bathroom entrance. We mean a man screaming nonsense while the life drains out of someone who came to visit family. We mean a grand jury declining to indict and a family left baffled beyond comprehension because the system decided there would be no criminal charges for the person who shot her. Trump did not pull that trigger.
I mean,
but Trump
all I
built the
know is
culture
could
that made
nobody
it
else
easier
get away
for
with
that
all of
trigger
this?
to be pulled without consequences. He built the culture that tells people their anger is sacred and their opponents are enemies and their cruelty is justified. He built the culture that keeps lowering the bar until tragedy looks like background noise. And when a movement can look at a dead daughter and still find a way to protect the shooter's comfort, you are not dealing with politics anymore. You are dealing with a cult that eats families from the inside out. And we are anonymous. Expect us.
Eat families
To
from
me,
the inside
wellness
out.
is a sense of contentment.
Okay, y'all. I'm finna go to sleep. All of that and my likes still ain't up. But y'all are contributing, so let me go on until I get sleepy, start falling asleep. Let's see what else we got.
Ghislaine Maxwell has sent a warning to Donald Trump after the disastrous hearing of Pam Bondi. Ghislaine essentially wrote to Donald Trump, "You better be careful what your cabinet members are saying." And Ghislaine posted this through family members who run a social media account for her. Specific Ghislaine Maxwell has sent a warning to Donald Trump after the disastrous hearing of Pam Bondi. Ghislaine essentially wrote to Donald Trump, "You better be careful what your cabinet members are saying." And Ghislaine posted this through family members who run a social media account for her. Specifically, here's what Ghislaine Maxwell had her family post after Attorney General Pam Bondi's awful hearing. So what Ghislaine Maxwell wrote. America's Attorney General told a House Judiciary Committee meeting today she hopes Ghislaine Maxwell dies in prison. This is an extraordinary thing for a nation's chief law officer to wish. It sounds in prison. This is an extraordinary thing. Specifically, here's what Ghislaine Maxwell had her family post after Attorney General Pam Bondi's awful hearing. That's what Ghislaine Maxwell wrote. America's Attorney General told a House Judiciary Committee meeting today she hopes Ghislaine Maxwell dies in prison. This is an extraordinary thing for a nation's chief law officer to wish. It sounds less like justice than bloodlust. Elaine is serving a 20-year sentence, not a life term.
These are
to
some
hope
entitled
it proves
criminals.
fatal blurs the line between punishment and revenge. The Justice Department is already under scrutiny for its handling of the Epstein files. It now faces a simpler question. If the guardian of the law talks like a shock jock, what faith should the public have in the system she runs? What happened to prosecution without passion? To prosecution without prejudice? And it's interesting that Ghislaine focuses on that. Overall, not a life term. To hope it proves fatal blurs the line between punishment and revenge. The Justice Department is already extraordinary thing for a nation's chief law officer to wish. It sounds less like justice than bloodlust. Elaine is serving a 20-year sentence, not a life term. To hope it proves fatal blurs the line between punishment and revenge. The Justice Department is already under scrutiny for its handling of the Epstein files. It now faces a simpler question.
They got a whole
If
plan.
the guardian of the law talks like a shock jock, what faith should the public have in the system she runs? What happened to prosecution without passion? To prosecution without prejudice. And it's interesting that Ghislaine focuses on that. Overall, Bondi was clearly involved in the cover-up of the child sex trafficking ring, which Ghislaine was convicted of, for which Epstein was charged with and convicted of earlier as well, which Donald Trump is covering up. But there was one small moment under intense cross-examination by Democratic Congresswoman Ross, who was asking Bondi about Ghislaine Maxwell being transferred from Tallahassee to this club-fed VIP facility in Texas, Camp Bryan. And you can tell that this struck a nerve with Bondi, because what I had always heard from all of my sourcing is that Bondi and Blanche were in a dispute over it, not because Bondi didn't want it to take place, but because Bondi was being blamed for it and had not coordinated it herself. She thought it was done behind her back by Blanche, and Bondi was not given notice of it before, although Bondi was someone who wanted to help Donald Trump cover up the child sex trafficking ring. So when Bondi was being cross-examined on this, Bondi was like, I don't know how the transfer happened. There's a fight right now going on behind the scenes between Bondi and Blanche. People think that Blanche is going to soon be replacing Bondi, especially after her disastrous performance as the next Attorney General. So that's part of what was going on behind the scenes. But if you look at Ghislaine's coded language right here, to hope it proves fatal blurs the line. The Justice Department is already under scrutiny for its handling of the Epstein files, and then it faces a simpler question. If the guardian of the law talks like a shock jock, what faith should the public have in the system she runs? I mean, by the way, screw you, Ghislaine. I mean, you're a child sex trafficker, so let me be very blunt about that. But I want to point out the coded language here. Shock jock, I also think, is directed at Trump, given his prior connections with Howard Stern and a lot of the audio that came out there. And then she's talking about the public already doesn't trust you. Remember what our deal was, Donald.
Right.
Remember what Blanche told me. This is what I think is going on behind the scenes here. I'll give you more data points. But let me show you over here the questioning, the cross-exam by Congresswoman Ross to Bondi. And Bondi was able to stay on her script of basically attacking the members of Congress, ducking and dodging, but there was this moment where she let it slip. And then Ghislaine hit her right away. It hit Trump right away with that statement. And to me, it's saying, stay in your lane. And this is the problem where you have the Trump regime essentially being run at this point by Ghislaine's threats, right? Trump is compromised. He's shown weakness to Ghislaine, and she knows exactly where to poke and prod. So watch this cross-examination so you can see for yourself.
Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to understand
here. And I'm glad that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things. But I want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, I have talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a subway.
Right, and I absolutely,
you don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you.
Boo-boo.
Now, of course, this follows the statement by Ghislaine's lawyer, Oscar Marcus, David Oscar Marcus, what he said at her deposition where she invoked the Fifth, remember? He goes on and says, but if you grant her clemency, Donald Trump, she will exonerate you. She can't testify today. Sure, she talked to Todd Blanche and said what you wanted, Donald, remember? Now just grant her clemency, and she'll bring it home for you, Donald. In my opinion, that's the coded language. I'm just giving you my opinion, but you could disagree, right? We're all entitled to our First Amendment opinion speech, but I think that's what Ghislaine was saying. Bring it home, Donald. And she likes Blanche, doesn't like Bondi, even though Bondi's playing to an audience of one with Donald Trump to cover up the child sex trafficking ring, while they're competing, Blanche and Bondi, for who can cover up the child sex trafficking ring better for Donald. Like, do you see what's going on behind the scenes? And I'll give you this example right here. When Democratic Congress member, this is one of the types of things that Ghislaine can actually reveal. And hopefully we get this information anyway. But Congressmember Goldman, when he went to the DOJ special facility where they have the unredacted Epstein files, which are being unlawfully withheld, there are documents that Epstein forwarded to Ghislaine, so she knows all about this. And it's obvious if these were forwarded to her in 2009, she was lying through her teeth when she spoke to Todd Blanche. I don't know anything about Donald Trump. You knew in very detail what was going on. But this email, I believe, shows Donald Trump's lawyers speaking with Epstein lawyers,
back to the prison where
showing
she came
that
from.
Epstein was never banned
in my opinion,
from Mar-a-Lago. He was never a member to begin with. He was always a guest and a friend of Donald Trump. And the DOJ is withholding this document. It's a perfect example to protect Donald Trump under a claim of privilege. This is, I think, there's a lot of people talking about documents. This is the most important one. And Ghislaine knows that this document and many more like this. So what her warning is to Donald Trump, the public already doesn't trust this process. So we know that she's an absolute liar and you can't trust anything she says, and she's a convicted sex trafficker. But what she could do is give a roadmap where to find documents that are being withheld right now, which she knows exist, like this one right here. And then you can corroborate it at least with the document. Watch this exchange between Goldman and Bondi when Bondi's like, oh, this information about Trump is privileged. It's being with what are you talking about? It's privileged, right? Nuts. Here, play this clip.
I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted. And it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege. There is no attorney-client privilege. And I see you're checking with your staff. And I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you unredact this?
Lead counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more.
Lately, everyone's trying to clean up their habits, myself included, and honestly, having one less drink has never felt easier. Instead of pouring a cocktail, I've been reaching for Sol's out-of-office drinks and gummies. Same relaxing vibe, zero alcohol, zero hangover, and I still wake up feeling like a functional adult. Sol makes feeling good simple. They make delicious, hemp-derived CBD and THC products with precise dosing, clean ingredients, and formulations designed for predictable, feel-good effects. Sol is the alcohol alternative that puts you in control of your mood. Their best-selling out-of-office gummies deliver...
She deflecting always. And then they had 8,000 lawyers leave the Department of Justice today. They don't have nobody there to do the work.
Now, let me show you what the correct script is. That Bondi screwed up the script. The script is, if you're asked about clemency or moving Ghislaine Maxwell, you're just supposed to say, in the Trump regime, I can't really answer. We're moving on. I can't answer that, right? I mean, you had Caroline Leavitt 2 days ago when she was asked about this, said, is the president going to rule out a pardon? Oh, this isn't even something we talk about. That's the talking point. That, for that one moment, Bondi missed. Here, play this clip.
Ghislaine Maxwell, is the president going to rule out a pardon for her in her testimony deposition yesterday? Her legal team seemed to be making a case again for a pardon from the president. Again, this is not something I've discussed with the president recently because, frankly, it's not a priority. He's focused on many of the issues that the American people are dealing with and providing solutions to those issues. So I haven't spoken with him recently. Last time we did speak about it, he said it's not something he's considering or thinking about. Caroline. Go ahead, Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. Secretary Lutnick today was testifying on the Hill.
And look.
Every time I walk away.
James Comer understood the talking point. Play this clip.
Mr. Chairman, quick question. What are your thoughts about Ghislaine
Everybody
Maxwell's
knew
lawyer
it
saying
except
she needs clemency to testify before she testifies?
Pam bondage.
Well, I don't know. Initially, she said a month ago that she would testify if we granted her immunity on the Oversight Committee. And we discussed that after we met with the survivors, and they didn't support that, so we never considered it after that. So this was something new today. Obviously, that's not for me to decide. That's for the president to decide.
Congressmember Cole understood the talking point. Play this clip.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, should Ghislaine Maxwell get clemency to testify?
I'm sorry?
Should Ghislaine Maxwell get clemency to testify?
Oh, I have no earthly idea.
Oh, got it. Any updates on DHS funding?
Don't know yet. I mean, we passed the bill. We're still waiting on the Senate to do something.
They just can't say no.
It's open to any of the proposed reforms that Democrats put out.
Congresswoman Maliotakis understood the talking point. Play this clip.
Hey, everyone, real quick, should Ghislaine Maxwell get clemency to testify?
I got some physician's office.
Oh, got it.
And here is Caroline Leavitt saying, we're moving on from Epstein. We're not talking about it anymore.
And that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So
and you know it.
We're moving on from that. Reagan.
You're moving on? Really? You're just moving on? And by the way, folks, even right-wing podcasters like Andrew Scholes, they realize what's going on. Watch what Scholes says about Ghislaine Maxwell wanting clemency. Play this clip.
Ghislaine speaks with
Trump's former lawyer, and then all of a sudden now she's in a nice cushy place, and all of a sudden she's pleading the fifth.
And she's saying,
that's weird.
I'll blab if you let me out. She says if he gives me immunity or clemency, is that the word? What's the difference between clemency and immunity?
I thought clemency, you take away the charges. Immunity is just like
you still have the charges, but anything I say can't be used against me. Got it. Okay, so she wants clemency to clear Trump's name. And it's like, well, if his name was clear, why do you need clemency?
But
immunity before, clemency's after.
I mean, the Epstein files tell us everything.
Okay, but like
we
to
need.
me, like
now we don't need you, girl. We just need you to serve your time back in the facility that you was in.
I'll clear Trump if you give me clemency. Well, if he's clear, why are you even putting that on the table?
That's
Well, right? Like just
she might be shrewd enough, but she doesn't have to be because her attorneys are meeting with her, being like, "Hey, just say this." You know what I mean? Like you have enough smart people working on her behest to be like, "Hey, here's what you're going to say in order to put pressure on the right."
You've already tried
And
to
also,
clear him
you have
before the
Scholl saying,
Epstein files come
how
out.
powerful are the people that Trump is trying to protect? We know it's obvious to me, to Scholl, to anybody, no matter where you stand, right, left, center, independent, left, boom, up, down, purple, green, red, blue.
Baby.
It's obvious. Watch what Scholl says.
So how powerful are the people that Trump is protecting?
They the lawmen.
Does
They
Epstein or
in
the
the
powers that be
Senate.
have incriminating evidence
House
on him
committee
prior
and the
to
judges.
2005? Evidence of him doing any, I don't even want to mention horrible fucking things.
I can show y'all some stuff now.
Where he's willing to go down with the ship instead of just exposing it. Because if he did stop being friends with him, and he was sure that they didn't have anything, knowing Trump, wouldn't he just sell everyone else down the river?
That's what I'm saying.
Even Tim Pool. Here's what Tim Pool had to say. Play this clip.
I ain't cutting Trump any slack. Now that we know that they've covered up the co-conspirator documents, there's a document saying that they were investigating co-conspirators Epstein. There's photos and videos of minors and children. Dan Bongino was like, look, a lot of these things were hearsay and, fake tips that were uncorroborated. All of that is true, but there's still no excuse for them not exposing these deep, dark, corrupt pedos. Like, I can understand. Bill Gates didn't do anything criminal. If it is true that he got an STD from Russian hookers and gave it to his wife on accident, that's not illegal. He got divorced. I can understand why it's embarrassing. And I can respect someone saying,
like you
please
ain't
don't
read
release
none
that
of the
email.
files.
It's not material to anybody. It's just internal drama that's gross and embarrassing.
Yeah.
But there's other stuff in there, like that's already being brought up, that I would say is shocking to the conscience that Trump called it a hoax.
And then I'll leave you with Congressmember Walkinshaw said the following about Trump's view on clemency, about Ghislaine, and this again, this is why Ghislaine made that post. Because when she heard, she was good with everything else Bondi said, but that one moment, Ghislaine's reasserting herself and saying, Donald, get Blanche to be the AG. Donald, and trust me, that coded message is being sent. Let's play the clip of Democratic Congressmember Walkinshaw. Let's play it.
Ghislaine Maxwell is a monster. She facilitated, aided, and abetted Epstein's crimes, engaged in those crimes. She was the enforcer who threatened the victims and the survivors of those crimes. And today we looked into the eyes of that monster in the deposition. What we did not get were any substantive answers to the questions that were asked that would advance our investigation, to help us learn who were the other men involved in these crimes, to help us learn who were the others who knew about these crimes, to help us learn what exactly was said between Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell that led her to be transferred to a minimum security prison. What we did get was another episode in her long-running campaign for clemency from President Trump. And President Trump could end that today. He could rule out clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, the monster. He could rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, the monster. The question for all of us today is why hasn't he done that and why won't? he do that.
Well, there you have it. Let me know what you all think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million. Thanks everybody for watching. New Midas merch. Head to store.MidasTouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.
Okay.
.MidasTouch.com.
Forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, oh Trump in trouble. There's some pictures showed up with him and some kids. And some boy shorts on.
Enhance your membership with the American Express Platinum Card and access over $3,500 in annual value.
Two of the big Jeffrey Epstein files. Now we're looking at who is Satoshi Nakamoto and has the Epstein files revealed it. Plus, the suppression on XRP and Ripple and how it's all linked to Gary Gensler. So let's continue from where we left off. If you haven't watched part one, you'll find it in the playlist down below. It all links together. So this might be the most striking part of the document. So the most striking document is from October 2016 email from Epstein himself. This is Epstein's email sending to two others in the Middle East. And he said, well, let me go straight to the document. The two more radical ideas would be
came before Donald Trump sent his so-called border czar, Tom Homan, to Minneapolis. Donald Trump retreated again today. Donald Trump never announced his full retreat of National Guard troops from the streets of American cities, but as we reported last night, Donald Trump no longer has a single member of the National Guard patrolling a single street in America. That full and humiliating retreat came before Donald Trump sent his so-called border czar, Tom Homan, to Minneapolis to manage the Trump retreat from Minneapolis, which Tom Homan announced on his first full week in that city 3 weeks ago. And today, Tom Homan made the announcement that everyone in Minneapolis and most people in the country have been waiting for.
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude.
Donald Trump is not the first president to launch an unwinnable war. Presidents have been doing that with disturbing regularity since Vietnam. Donald Trump is the first president to launch an unwinnable war in the United States against the people of the United States, people who then used the rights granted to them in the Constitution to rise up and protest against Donald Trump's
and baby,
war.
did they not
and
protest.
The protesters won. The protesters faced a unique challenge in getting through to Donald Trump and forcing him to retreat. They had to change the mind of a man who has no connection to reality, no comprehension of the Constitution, and no basic human decency. A man who is surrounded by the most incompetent, ignorant, and amoral cabinet and advisors in the history of the American presidency. A group that on any given day is capable of saying things that no one who ever emerged from the Senate confirmation process in our history could have possibly said. before the weakest Republican Senate in history decided to confirm Donald Trump's cabinet. Today's winner of the daily competition for most perverse thing said by a Trump cabinet member said, and these are the exact words, quote, "I'm not scared of a germ, you know. I used to snort cocaine
Who said that?
off of toilet seats." Unfortunately, guessing who said that about germs and cocaine and toilet seats is easier than it should be.
I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
Lord.
Yes, that is Donald Trump's Secretary of Health and Human Services telling us why we shouldn't be afraid of communicable diseases, at least the ones he didn't get from toilet seats. It would be nice if we could regard something like that as funny. But he is the sociopath who deliberately steered people to their deaths with his opposition to vaccines, the single greatest advance in the history of medicine. Donald Trump has found more ways to kill more people during peacetime than any president in history. He appoints a madman.
He said,
to be the
Tylenol.
Secretary of Health. And then with Elon Musk's guidance, Donald Trump takes food away from people in the middle of famine in Africa. He took HIV medicine away from people who needed to survive, medicine that was being delivered in Africa thanks to the initiative of Republican President George W. Bush. Donald Trump said, no, we don't want to save those lives. The food was already in transit to those starving people, and Donald Trump became the first president in history to deny food to starving people. The United States of America has been helping people for 200 years in famine until Donald Trump said, let them die. Let them starve to death. Because Elon Musk wanted them to. The world's richest man killing the world's poorest.
Why they stealing?
And so, how does a protester on the streets of Minneapolis get through the heartless depravity that defines Donald Trump and surrounds Donald Trump? Video recordings proved Rene Good and Alex Peretti were murdered in Minneapolis by Donald Trump's invasion forces. And that made Donald Trump's invasion of Minneapolis ultimately politically untenable for him, as his poll numbers found new lows every week. And so after 2 murders, Donald Trump orders his invasion forces into retreat.
A significant drawdown has already been underway this week and will continue to the next week. A small footprint of personnel will remain for a period of time to close out and transition full command and control back to the field office.
After Donald Trump's full retreat announced today, Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz said this.
Minnesotans never wavered. And for that, I will be forever grateful. I think it's probably safe to say the rest of the country will be forever grateful because they showed what it means to stand up for what's right, to stand up for the true principles of this country, to stand with the Constitution, and to stand with human decency. And so I want to note that the announcement today by Mr. Holman, we are cautiously optimistic, as we've said, and that this surge of untrained, aggressive federal agents are going to leave Minnesota. And I guess they'll go wherever they're going to go. But the fact of the matter is, they left us with deep damage, generational trauma. They left us with economic ruin in some cases. They left us with many unanswered questions. Where are our children? Where and what is the process of the investigations into those that were responsible for the deaths of Renee and Alex?
This evening, the mayor of Minneapolis told Chris Hayes that the credit for driving Donald Trump out of Minneapolis belongs to the people of Minneapolis.
It is a great relief, and the people that deserve the credit are the residents of Minneapolis. It's the 435,000 people, it's the tens of thousands of people that have been protesting peacefully in the streets, that have been standing up for their neighbors, getting groceries to people that are terrified to go outside, and I'm sure there's going to be relief. I think what you saw is you saw a federal government and an administration that thought that they were going to break the people of Minneapolis down. They thought that we were going to back down and sort of kowtow to whatever it is that they were looking to get done, not just locally in Minneapolis, but nationwide. They were looking to implement a national agenda based on coercing us to change local policy. And here's the thing, we didn't. The people of Minneapolis stood up. They stood up for their neighbors. They loved on each other, and I think that's the kind of patriotism that is ultimately going to get us through this.
Our first guest tonight, Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, who is in charge of the homicide investigations of the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, said this.
If the federal government is really ending this occupation, the reason is that Minnesotans resisted in countless nonviolent ways. This community continues to show inspirational energy and strength in caring for neighbors. Our immigrant community has demonstrated incredible courage. To the people of Hennepin County, you are owed a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid for showing the federal government and the nation just how much you care for your neighbors and for democracy.
Donald Trump is in retreat again. Donald Trump has retreated from his National Guard deployment in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump retreated from his ICE invasion force in Chicago. Donald Trump retreated from his deployment of National Guard and ICE invasion forces in Los Angeles. And now Donald Trump has retreated from Minneapolis. And maybe this time Donald Trump has learned a lesson. Not a lesson in humanity, not a lesson in the Constitution, not a lesson in the First Amendment right to protest, but a lesson in what happens to his polls as his invasion forces continue their obviously and now provably deliberate homicidal cruelty. Where human beings have a conscience, Donald Trump has poll numbers. And his poll numbers are telling him, never again. His poll numbers are telling him, do not pick another American city to attack. Do not send your murderous forces on another invasion of another American city. That's what Donald Trump's poll numbers are telling him tonight. Rand Paul is the only Republican member of the Senate with real libertarian leanings. Others claim to be libertarians, but they are lying because they have no problem with Americans being murdered in the streets by federal agents for absolutely no reason. Rand Paul is the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, which makes him the only Republican in a position of power in the Congress who is willing to confront the current head of ICE and other Trump officials in a hearing today, as he did over the killing of Alex Preddy.
I mean, he's standing up, he's trying to protect his eyes, but he's still back filming and on the back of his heels. At no time in the encounter, we've gone forward a couple of seconds, do you see him try to strike an officer, nor does he brandish a weapon, which was alleged as well. And so we're going through this, and it's like, you know, they will say, oh, he's, you know, resisting at some point. I don't see any resistance, but it's kind of hard to tell when you have 6 people on you and you're moving, are you resisting? I mean, anybody is, the natural instinct is when 6 people are on top of you, you're going to be trying to move. You're not going to be placid, particularly after they've sprayed him several times. But I see nothing here. I mean, not even a hint of something that was aggressive on his part. Everything was retreat. He's over in the street. He retreats. The woman is pushed to the ground. He tries to assist the woman to get up. He's violently sprayed, and it just continues. And so I don't think this should take months and months and years and years. There needs to be a conclusion. You want to calm things down. I think Tom Homan being there and now saying we're going to reduce this presence in the street is a good sign and a good step forward. And I'm glad that's happening. I think that is de-escalation, true de-escalation in a diplomatic way.
we need to have answers here, and there needs to be an announcement. These are the new policies. This is how we're going to interact with the public, because the public needs to know too. You know, if I go to a protest and I shout something at people, could I be killed?
Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison was also a witness at that hearing.
The government has said the purpose of the surge is to fight fraud in government programs. Well, of course, I hate fraud, and my office and I are already fighting it. We've convicted 300 people of Medicaid fraudsters in the last 7 years. The government did not surge, however, forensic accountants to Minnesota. They didn't surge computer experts. Instead, they sent 3,000 masked, armed men who are now kicking in doors, demanding papers, killing Minnesotans, not fighting fraud. The surge has hurt the fight against fraud. Because of it, a wave of experienced prosecutors have left the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota, and the remaining staff are now drowning in a flood of habeas corpus petitions. The government has also said that the purpose of the surge was to fight violent crime and rid our streets of the worst of the worst. And yet violent crime rates in Minneapolis were falling before the surge. Furthermore, ICE's own data shows that 77% of those it has detained in Minnesota have no criminal record at all. Notoriously, some of those detained have been children. Is 5-year-old Liam Canejo Ramos the worst of the worst, or 10-year-old Elizabeth Zunia Casaguano? The surge is contributing to violent crime, members. It's contributing to violent crime. 2 of the 3 homicides committed in Minneapolis in 2026 have come at the hands of federal immigration agents.
In a House hearing last week, Border Patrol agent Charles Exum was in effect unmasked for his shooting of Montessori school teacher Miramar Martinez after he attempted to kill her by firing 5 shots at her. He was delighted to discover that his 5 shots had created 7 bullet wounds in her body.
Wow.
Because of the exit wounds.
It's disgusting, shameful, and it gets worse. Ms. Martinez, these are images of texts sent by the agent who shot you. And they're actually disturbing to read, but I think it's important for the public to see this. The agent linked an article about your shooting and texted, "Read it. 5 shots, 7 holes. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys." Oh well, it is what it is. Happens. This is someone that works for the United States government. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Now he was talking about you, and it's our understanding that he was actually bragging about his aim shooting an unarmed American citizen. Is that right?
Correct.
Wow.
Miramar Martinez's attorney will join us tonight with newly released body cam video that proves Charles Exum was deliberately slamming his car into her car. Video that proves that Miramar Martinez did absolutely nothing to threaten an out-of-control carload of Donald Trump's invasion forces with their fingers on the triggers as they were riding through the streets of Chicago before one of them opened fire on Miramar Martinez. Chicago Sun-Times reports on text messages that Charles Exum wrote after he tried to kill Miramar Martinez for no reason, saying that he was praised big time by all of his commanders, including the now disgraced and demoted Gregory Bovino, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and as Exum put it in a text, El Jefe himself. It doesn't get more perverse than the bigoted man who issued an executive order last year making English the official language of the United States, a man who professes a hatred of everything south of our southern border, would be referred to by one of his gleefully homicidal agents who tried to murder an American citizen for no other reason than what appeared to him to be her Latina heritage. It simply could not be more perverse that that shooter would refer to that president as El Jefe.
El Jefe.
A text
the Charles XM received said, quote, "You are a legend among agents. You
Shell.
better effing know that." And tragically tonight, we have no reason to believe he is not a legend among agents. He should be a pariah among agents. He should be condemned by other agents. But if he is a legend among
He
agents,
should be locked
then
up.
all of our worst suspicions about the murderous nature of Donald Trump's invasion forces would be sadly proven true. Alex Preddy's parents have given an interview to the New York Times, which reports, quote, "Alex Preddy's parents keep a box crammed with 200 letters and cards that have poured into their suburban Denver home since their 37-year-old son was shot and killed by immigration agents last month in Minneapolis. Some are from healthcare workers and veterans praising Mr. Preddy's work as an intensive care nurse at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Others are from strangers who hail Mr. Preddy as a hero for his final actions when he tried to help a woman shoved to the ground by a Customs and Border Protection agent, only to be tackled and shot multiple times. There's probably 10 more in the mailbox today," Mr. Preddy's father, Michael, said, as he and his wife Susan held hands and talked about memories of their son and the nightmare of anger, grief, and unanswered questions they have faced since his killing on January 24th. "He's my firstborn," Susan Preddy said. "He's the one that made me a mother. There was no reason he should have died that day." Rand Paul is right. Alex Preddy
Hey, why would you buy your health and wellness products from a company that doesn't specialize in health and wellness? Seems silly. When you buy from
Donald Trump has just.
There's nothing to hide. I know there's not, because I've seen what the case is built on. Let everyone see what true evil is.
A resurfaced photo is causing a storm online. It supposedly shows Tyler Robinson crossing paths with Erica Kirk.
Oh, that's a good picture. Oh, wow. They really do know each other.
There's nothing to hide. I know there's not, because I've seen what the case is built on. Let everyone see what true evil is.
A resurfaced photo is causing a storm online. It supposedly shows Tyler Robinson crossing paths with Erica Kirk years ago. And the timing couldn't be wilder. Erica just filed a motion to fast-track Tyler's trial over the tragic loss of her husband, Charlie Kirk. But right after that old photo leak, Erica just filed a motion to fast-track Tyler's trial over the tragic loss of her husband, Charlie Kirk.
Bam, 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 bam. Can y'all believe that? Wow, Erica. I knew it didn't feel right for me.
Robinson crossing paths with Erica Kirk years ago, and the timing couldn't be wilder. Erica just filed a motion to fast-track Tyler's trial over the tragic loss of her husband, Charlie Kirk. But right after that old photo leak, everything about Erica and Tyler's story started to look off. Because if they really knew each other before, why is Erica pushing so hard to blame Tyler? Even when new details seemed to suggest something else entirely, then it got even more shocking. After the photo began spreading, Tyler stopped staying silent, and what he started saying hinted that Erica might not have been fully honest about what happened to Charlie. He began mentioning details that raised serious questions, like where Erica was in the days before that tragedy, why she appeared at that high-stakes. After the photo began spreading, Tyler stopped staying silent, and what he started saying hinted that Erica might not have been fully honest about what happened to Charlie. He began mentioning details that raised serious questions, like where Erica was in the days before that tragedy, why she appeared at that high-stakes meeting in Fort Huachuca, and who exactly sent her that mysterious $350,000 transfer. And above all, why doesn't Erica want the full truth about Charlie's passing to come out? As many have seen by now, Erica just used her legal right to request a speedy trial in the case against Tyler Robinson. She claims his defense team is dragging things out to delay justice and keep her family from moving forward. But here's the twist. This is the same Erica who went on national television and said she had already forgiven Tyler for what she believed he did to Charlie. That contradiction has everyone stunned, and now people are wondering what's really motivating her. Push for this trial to move faster. Most people forgive as a way to heal and move forward, but Erica's sudden change of heart left everyone confused. Why backtrack now? Especially since Tyler's legal team isn't stalling just to waste time. They're actually trying to secure a fair trial, arguing that the lead prosecutor has a serious conflict of interest since his own daughter attended the same rally where Charlie tragically lost his life. So why does Erica seem desperate to rush the process?
Other influencers will invoke Erica as the reason. Too quiet. Turn your sound from 100% to 600% with Sound Pusher. Just that it's not appropriate to ask questions. It's just not appropriate while Erica is still mourning for you guys to ask any questions. And I'm just going to come back at you with some common sense. What sort of widow wouldn't want people to investigate the assassination of...
The answer started to make sense when that old photo of her and Tyler Robinson exploded in private online circles. That image doesn't just raise eyebrows. It shatters her long-standing story about Charlie's passing because it shows she already knew Tyler years before he was ever connected to the tragedy. Some even think it might have been before she and Charlie were even married. Once people saw that Erica and Tyler had history, the rumors took off fast. Some speculated Tyler might have held a grudge and decided to get back at Erica through Charlie. Others whispered that Erica and certain associates could have worked with him behind the scenes and later made him the scapegoat. Either way, it painted Erica as being at the heart of something much bigger and much darker than anyone thought. But to really understand why that resurfaced photo hit so hard, you've got to trace Erica's steps before Charlie's passing. When Candace Owens interviewed Mitch Snow, a retired U.S. Army staffer, he claimed he personally saw several people connected to TPUSA at a confidential military meeting just days before the tragedy. And according to him, he was almost certain Erica Kirk was there too, with 95 to 99% certainty. That revelation clashed completely with Erica's earlier statements, where she said she was home with her kids and later at a hospital in Phoenix visiting her mother. Things got even messier when TPUSA's Andrew Colt posted a photo meant to disprove the Fort Huachuca story. But sharp-eyed viewers quickly caught a major problem. The image was time-stamped September 9th, while the witness insisted he saw Erica on September 8th. And to make matters even stranger, the kids in that photo didn't seem to match Erica's children at all. Their faces were covered, but fans noticed the kids looked much older than her own toddlers, who were just 1 and 3 at the time. Even Erica's most loyal supporters couldn't defend her this time. The cracks were showing everywhere. The big question now was why? Why would Erica build an alibi so obviously shaky? At this stage, it started to look like Erica.
That young man. I forgive him.
And some in the TPUSA circle were more focused on spinning a story than actually getting to the truth. things got even stranger when people started re-examining the whole Tyler Robinson angle. From the beginning, parts of it never truly added up. Candace Owens even said flat out that she didn't believe Tyler was the one who pulled the trigger. She wasn't alone. A lot of people agreed, pointing out how the weapon story made zero sense. Tyler supposedly used his grandfather's old German rifle from World War II. But as Joe Rogan noted, that didn't match the photos or ballistics at all. What showed up looked far too modern to be that old. And come on, if it was really found lying in the woods, when would Tyler have had time to assemble, disassemble, and ditch it before vanishing? None of it lined up. Then there was Tyler's background, a mix of traits that felt almost too constructed, like a caricature someone rushed to create. He was described as a furry with a trans girlfriend, politically conservative yet hating Charlie Kirk, one of the biggest youth conservative figures out there. The contradictions were wild, and people started thinking this whole profile might have been built to confuse and distract. Something smelled off, and it began looking like a cover-up designed to point attention anywhere but toward the real story. So when Erica and her team suddenly dropped that proof photo to show where she was during Charlie's tragedy, it backfired completely. Instead of silencing rumors, it created even more questions. Candace Owens jumped on it fast, posting on X that Andrew was being intentionally obtuse because the claim was that Erica was seen on September 8th, not the 9th, like the photo showed. She asked, why the intentional disinformation? Why is everyone avoiding the Fort Huachuca question? Those words hit hard, and the public started to turn. That might have been the moment everything slipped out of Erica's control. At first, Erica tried to push back, warning people to stop digging around Charlie's case. In her CBS town hall appearance, she doubled down, saying she was certain Tyler was responsible for what happened. Then she sent what viewers called her evil eye glare, almost as if she was trying to intimidate anyone still asking questions. But that moment raised another serious issue. If she's so confident in Tyler's guilt, why not just let the trial play out and prove it? Why rush the process? Why silence people who are trying to understand what really happened? The faster she pushed things, the more suspicious it started to look. Like she wanted the trial finished before too many new details surfaced. And now, the internet's catching on fast. Comment sections are filled with one repeated question. Why isn't Erica Kirk being investigated too? People pointed out that in most similar cases, the spouse is automatically looked at first. The fact she hasn't been, while controlling the public story, feels odd to many. And here's where it gets even more ironic. Erica's own reason for wanting people to stop asking questions is that the conspiracy talk might influence the jury pool and ruin a fair trial. But that's strange coming from the same person who's gone on national TV over and over declaring Tyler guilty before the case has even started. If she really cared about a fair trial, wouldn't she stay quiet instead of shaping public opinion? That contradiction is now what everyone's talking about. And the more Erica tries to control the story, the less believable it all sounds. At this point, it's not just random people online asking questions. Even inside...
Yeah, I need for y'all to hit the like button. Double tap the face of on your phone. Hit the 3 dots at the top right. I'll wait till the lights go up.
Connected to TPUSA have started whispering that something about Erica's timeline doesn't add up. The deeper people dig, the more bizarre her story becomes. Remember, Erica claims she was at her mother's side in a Phoenix hospital when Charlie lost his life. But records and eyewitness accounts don't line up neatly with that version. And that Fort Huachuca meeting, It's become the biggest mystery in this entire saga. According to Mitch Snow's claims, several influential names from the conservative circle attended that meeting, a meeting that supposedly had no business involving anyone from TPUSA. He said it wasn't some casual gathering.
You had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk. What percentage would you put that at?
Those are really rare eyes. That's 95 to 99%. I can't imagine somebody else.
It was a closed-door discussion tied to major government contracts and donor connections. So, the idea of seeing Erica there, so soon before Charlie's tragedy, shocked people who had followed the organization closely. Why would she even be in that room? It didn't help that soon after this witness came forward, documents began surfacing that showed unusual money transfers around that same week, one of which included a $350,000 payment directed to Erica's account. When confronted, she claimed it was related to a consulting project, but couldn't explain why the supposed client's name didn't match any registered business. The whole situation started smelling of something way deeper than bad timing. It started to look like coordination. And here's where the public's patience snapped. Erica's continued insistence on controlling the narrative, mixed with emotional TV appearances, tears, and her so-called forgiveness of Tyler, suddenly seemed rehearsed. Some analysts describe her demeanor as too polished for someone still grieving. Meanwhile, others pointed out that she was already negotiating new media appearances, documentary pitches, and foundation partnerships, all tied to Charlie's legacy. It made people question whether she was honoring him or capitalizing on him. Then out of nowhere, a new detail leaked from inside the case. Apparently, Tyler's defense team received access to location data from a burner phone linked to an anonymous tip line about Charlie's case. The strange part, that phone pinged from the same city block where Erica's hotel records placed her 2 days before Charlie's passing. The odds of that being a coincidence felt impossible. From there, speculation exploded. Social media threads turned into digital investigations.
Oh, so they on her.
Complete
They
with
really
screenshots, timestamps, and flight receipts that fans claim showed Erica traveling to Tucson when she swore she was still in Phoenix. Others began comparing her CBS makeup look to her appearance in a leaked security still from Fort Huachuca, arguing it was the same outfit, the same jewelry.
Apparently, the narrative is that this is his grandfather's rifle from World War I and doesn't have a serial code. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Why?
And the fact that it was casually found in the woods. Also, how did Tyler Robinson have the time to assemble and disassemble the rifle before fleeing the scene?
Even the same hairstyle. Whether true or not, the resemblance reignited the fire around her involvement. Meanwhile, Tyler's family has been pushing back hard. His sister went public with a statement saying Tyler had no motive, no history of violence, and no direct connection to Charlie Kirk at all. She claimed he'd been set up to take the fall, and that someone powerful was pulling strings behind the scenes. When asked if that someone could be Erica, she didn't confirm, but she didn't deny either. That silence spoke volumes. The more Erica tried to silence the noise, the louder it got. Her team began sending out cease and desist warnings to creators who mentioned her by name, which only made people dig harder. Suddenly, everyone wanted to see what was being hidden. Forum users uncovered flight data showing a private jet registered to a TPUSA donor, leaving Tucson on September 8th, the exact day the witness said he saw Erica at Fort Huachuca. And you guessed it, the passenger list was redacted. Then came the bombshell, leaked text messages allegedly between Erica and an unknown contact days before Charlie's passing. The messages were vague but loaded, referencing the files, the board, and how to get everyone back in line. If authentic, those texts suggest Erica might have been involved in something far more strategic than anyone realized. One message read, "He'll never sign if he sees what's in there." Another said, "Just make sure the donation split clears before Thursday." And Thursday, as it happens, was the day Charlie's life was taken. Now, even though these messages haven't been officially verified, the tone matches Erica's known texting style based on previous records shared in unrelated communications. Her choice of words, punctuation, and phrasing all too familiar. So while she continues to deny involvement, her credibility keeps eroding. What makes this all even messier is how divided the conservative community has become. Some believe Erica is being unfairly targeted.
So I kept seeing comments like this. Aren't her children much smaller than those pictured? Especially the son. I'm confused. Isn't her son a baby, like 1 year old? The kids are too big in this photo. I'm so confused about the children.
A widow being hounded by conspiracy theorists. Others think she's the mastermind behind one of the biggest internal scandals in modern conservative history. The split has fractured alliances, silenced donors, and even caused key figures within TPUSA to quietly distance themselves from her. Several longtime staffers reportedly left their positions without explanation. As the trial looms, prosecutors remain strangely quiet about what evidence they've actually got against Tyler. Some believe that's because their case is weaker than it appears. Others say they're holding something massive in reserve, possibly to expose connections between Tyler, Erica, and a few undisclosed high-profile names linked to the organization's donor network. Either way, it's clear something big is brewing. For now, public opinion is turning fast. Online forums once sympathetic to Erica have flipped. Hashtags like #JusticeForCharlie and #WhoIsEricaKirk have trended across platforms, fueled by influencers and former insiders who claim there's still more to come. And every time Erica posts anything, a family photo, a speech clip, even a charity announcement, the comments flood with accusations, timelines, and calls for transparency. Whatever the truth is, it's becoming impossible to ignore that every layer peeled back only exposes more contradictions. Erica's alibi, the mystery money, the Fort Huachuca sighting, the jet, the texts, all of it adds up to something that's no longer just rumor. It's a story that's unraveling in real time, and each new twist makes one thing clear. This isn't just about one woman's grief. It's about power, image, and the lengths someone might go to keep control of both. By the time that fourth wave of leaks hit, the internet had gone into full-blown investigation mode. What started as curiosity about a resurfaced photo had turned into one of the wildest online sleuth hunts anyone had seen in years. And right in the middle of it all...
I believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband. Yes, I do. Why do you think it is...
The internet had gone into full-blown investigation mode. What started as curiosity about a resurfaced photo had turned into one of the wildest online sleuth hunts anyone had seen in years. And right in the middle of it all...
I believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband. Yes, I do. Why do you think it is so hard for so many people to believe that reality?
Because it's too simple.
Erica Kirk, looking more cornered than ever. Every time she tried to shut down the noise, new evidence or an old photo seemed to appear out of nowhere. It was like the story refused to die, no matter how hard she tried to bury it. Behind the scenes, insiders claimed Erica was furious about the direction things were going. People close to her described her as paranoid, checking her phone constantly, calling her lawyer multiple times a day, and even canceling scheduled appearances because she feared questions she couldn't answer. But instead of calming things down, her silence only made people dig deeper. If she really had nothing to hide, why not just lay everything on the table and clear her name once and for all? Then came one of the most chilling turns yet, a leaked audio recording allegedly from a private donor meeting just weeks after Charlie's passing. The clip, which spread like wildfire across social media, captured Erica speaking about keeping the narrative clean and warning that any internal leaks will be handled. Her tone wasn't grieving, it was calculated, almost corporate. Critics jumped on it immediately, saying it sounded less like a widow protecting her husband's memory and more like a CEO managing damage control. And just when people thought they'd heard it all, another piece of the puzzle dropped. The forensic timeline. Independent analysts pieced together travel data, phone pings, and digital receipts, showing what appeared to be a 2-hour window unaccounted for in Erica's official statement on the day Charlie lost his life. She had claimed to be on a video call with staff that entire afternoon, but digital forensics revealed her device was logged off for precisely that 2-hour gap. Where was she? Who was she meeting? Nobody could say for sure. Even former friends began distancing themselves. Candace Owens, who had once been neutral, now started raising sharper questions during interviews, pointing out that Erica's explanations seemed to change every time new evidence appeared. She wasn't outright accusing Erica of anything, but she didn't have to. Her tone said it all. Meanwhile, Mitch Snow doubled down on his testimony, saying he'd stand by what he saw under oath. And that put enormous pressure on TPUSA, whose leadership was now trying to pretend the chaos didn't exist. The tension reached another boiling point when someone uncovered archived TPUSA internal memos from the months leading up to Charlie's passing. The memos revealed rising conflicts within the organization, disagreements about finances, staff hiring, and especially,
this is what would happen to your body if you ate mood sleep gummies every day. Day 1, you take your first gummy at
about a new partnership deal Charlie allegedly refused to sign. The same deal mentioned in those mysterious leaked text messages between Erica and the unidentified contact. The more people compared the documents, the harder it became to ignore how perfectly everything aligned. To make matters worse, an old friend of Charlie's came forward with a haunting story. He said Charlie had confided in him months earlier, admitting that he was worried about a power struggle inside the organization. He allegedly said he didn't trust some of the new board members and that he was considering stepping down for a while to protect his family. That statement alone sent shockwaves through every corner of the movement. If Charlie really felt unsafe, what or who was he afraid of? While Erica stayed quiet, other people started filling in the blanks for her. A former assistant anonymously shared that Erica had been fixated on controlling Charlie's media narrative, choosing which interviews he accepted, editing his posts, even filtering what stories made it to his official pages. That revelation made the donor audio sound even worse. Now, it looked like control had always been part of the plan, even before things spiraled. As public opinion turned, the legal spotlight followed. Tyler Robinson's defense team seized the moment, filing new motions suggesting that critical evidence had been withheld or mishandled. They demanded access to additional surveillance footage from a nearby gas station that had mysteriously gone missing from the police file. Their claim? The footage could prove Tyler wasn't even in the area when the tragedy occurred. If that turned out to be true, Erica's entire narrative could collapse overnight. And just when people thought the story couldn't twist any further, journalists started asking hard questions about the money trail, particularly that $350,000 payment Erica received. Investigators reportedly traced it back to an LLC that shared an address with one of TPUSA's former tech vendors. That detail sent shockwaves through the community, especially since that same vendor had previously been flagged for irregular billing practices in another unrelated audit. Coincidence? Maybe. But the timing was impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, Erica was trying to act like nothing was wrong. She posted polished family photos, motivational quotes, and vague statements about forgiveness and growth. But the comments told a different story. People weren't buying it. Every post became a battlefield of speculation, receipts, and demands for accountability. One fan wrote, "If you're innocent, show your timeline. If you're not, stop playing victim." The replies racked up thousands of likes. Behind closed doors, reports claimed Erica was struggling to keep her inner circle loyal. Several staff members who had worked closely with Charlie allegedly quit after she refused to release internal emails to the court. One source said Erica snapped during a team meeting, shouting, "I'm the only one keeping this place together." That meltdown quickly leaked to the press, further feeding the public perception that her control was slipping fast. At this stage, it's almost like two different stories are unfolding: the official narrative Erica keeps repeating, and the growing web of contradictions uncovered by everyone else. The question now isn't just whether Tyler Robinson is guilty, it's whether the world has been watching the wrong person this whole time. And if that's the case, what happens when the truth finally breaks wide open? Because at this point, even people who once defended Erica have started to say the same thing. Every lie leaves footprints, and no matter how carefully she tries to sweep the trail, someone out there keeps finding the next piece before she can bury it. Erica has made it crystal clear. She's absolutely certain that Tyler Robinson was the one responsible for Charlie's tragic end. But that confidence is exactly what's starting to make people uneasy. One commenter summed it up perfectly, saying, "Erica's the only one who tried to influence the jury before the trial even began. She already decided Tyler was guilty while pretending to forgive him." That hit hard, especially now that word's out. Tyler himself is finally ready to talk to police about what really happened. Now, none of what he said has been made public yet, not even a hint. But according to law enforcement insiders, whatever he told investigators was so big, it might completely reshape the entire case. That could explain why the trial suddenly stalled after Erica pushed so hard to fast track it. Because apparently, Tyler didn't just make small claims. He dropped information that could flip the whole story upside down. If that's true, then everything changes. It's no longer about what people think happened to Charlie. It's about what's been hidden all this time. And that's exactly what Erica can't seem to outrun anymore. The second Tyler started talking, the situation stopped being about grief or healing or forgiveness and turned into a full-blown crisis of credibility. That leaked photo, the strange timeline, the hidden payments, all of it points to one reality. Erica and Tyler weren't strangers, not even close. And once that connection was out, the pieces started falling into place fast. Her rush to speed up the trial, the confusing alibis, the emotional interviews, they don't look like the actions of a widow seeking justice anymore. They look like a strategy, a desperate attempt to keep control before the truth explodes. And now, everyone's asking the same question. Not whether Tyler pulled the trigger, but why Erica seems so terrified of what might come out if people start looking beyond him. Because if Tyler's side of the story ever gets revealed, this whole thing could take a turn. Nobody saw coming. Whatever happens next, one thing's for sure. This story isn't over. Every day, new details leak, and the truth is getting harder to bury.
Okay, y'all. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bad bugs bite. I'm out.
Nobody saw coming. Whatever happens next, one thing's for sure. This story isn't over. The split has fractured alliances, silenced donors, and even caused key figures within TPUSA to quietly distance themselves from her. Several longtime staffers reportedly left their positions without explanation. As the trial looms, prosecutors remain strangely quiet about what evidence they've actually got against Tyler. Some believe that's because their case is weaker than it appears. Others say they're holding something massive in reserve, possibly to expose connections between Tyler, Erica, and a few undisclosed high-profile names linked to the organization's donor network. Either way,